to the elephant in the room. And I think for most of the parents who are here with us today, they are asking so many questions about CPC. So maybe if the way they have gone to the elephant in the room, and I think for most of the parents who are here with us today, they are asking so many questions about CPC. So maybe if the way they have gone to the elephant in the room, and I think for most of the parents who are here with us today, they are asking so many questions. Hello, is it okay now? So we would wish to listen to Kesha. You know, these are the people really who are. We need something about CPC because parents are asking a lot of questions. What will happen to the grade 6 come next year, and so many other issues. And for university, don't worry, because as a working party, we felt that we should give more time to universities, but probably not even in this forum as such. They will make presentations here, but they will still have more time. Even the TVET institutions, we will give them some other opportunity also to still make a presentation. But I think for today, because we have really parents here, I don't know if they miss to present, whether they will get another opportunity. I would really wish that they get some chance. But I'm not dismissing anybody. I'm not saying others should not present. All of us will get an opportunity. I have a group of parents here, and they have promised they just need only 2 minutes because they have only one issue. So I wish they can come forward here. We give them that opportunity. Just 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 2 minutes before we go to Kesha, and then we have Kenya Private School Associations. We have Kenya Parents Association. So immediately after this, I would wish to hear from the parents. Then we go to Kesha, then we move like that. So one of the parents is here with us. We have Stephen Bugwa. If you can come forward. You had requested for just 3 minutes. One Vision, you had requested for 3 minutes. And I'll be very strict. You promised 3 minutes. The Dean, 2 minutes. You have only one issue. The Dean University, you had just an issue. And then value-based education, 3 minutes. If you can come forward here, then we just move very fast. Kenya University Union of the Students Union, they are requesting for 3 minutes. And then Joy, where is Joy? 3 minutes. So in 10 minutes time, I expect to have cleared about 5 people. Our parent begin.
As parents in the ghettos or in the informal settlements and from public schools that hold quite a bit of students, and like our school has a total students of 350. And so having said that, we have very many concerns. One, if only one school has 350 students and the high schools are not yet ready, they are given one class or no class at all, where are our students supposed to go? Number two, we also ask, how is it competency-based curriculum is meant to mentor that child so that they can come out with their ability or talent that they can earn from? Again, we see that the schools are not yet ready to have the students be everything they want to be. They need the facilities, they need everything that can be given to them to be whatever they want. So we recommend the following. One, we want our children, since they're between the ages of 11 to 13 years, hosted in their original schools, because psychologically they are not ready or set to fit in high schools or ready to be able to fight with the children in the high schools because of the age difference. Number two, we find that the teachers in the primary schools, those ones that handle grade class 7, 8 are able to handle our grade 7 and grade 8 and grade 9. What we need is the teachers' capacity builded to be able to handle the curriculum as it is. Again, I've had a review with the head teacher, and we found that the changes are not so much from what is in class 7 right now. Therefore, I believe that the teachers are able to do that. However, I believe they are failing in showing the teachers the way forward. Number three, we do not want a situation built in utopia. This is the ideal situation. We are practical. We have kids that are coming out of grade 6 and we are stuck with them. We do not want to be stuck with our children next year, the government being silent and us not knowing what to do with our children next year. We want our children to be settled in a place and to have a curriculum running for them.
Adam, give us a proposal.
Yes. Therefore, our request is that next year, before next year, we be given a way forward on what should be done.
You are not giving us a way forward. Give us the way forward.
They should be retained in our schools.
Beautiful.
And then class 7 and 8 should be what our children should use. But again, the sciences, the arts, they should be built for or given infrastructure or given things that should be able to facilitate them.
Thank you.
To do what they're supposed to do.
You had promised to use only 2 minutes. Thank you very much. Asante sana. Just go to the way forward. Just go to the way forward, because that's what we are looking for. What do you feel should be done? Welcome. You had promised 3 minutes.
Good afternoon to the Working Party and to you, my fellow Kenyans. My proposal, the way forward, is that CBC to be made cheap. And a way to make it cheap is to, instead of parents buying things for the children, to be given to speak to their children. So instead of bring this to school like a JICO, children should be asked to go and ask their parents, what is justice? What is patriotism? So that through the speaking, first of all, CBC will build that cohesive family that we all aim for as a country, cohesive families and ways that it is cheap for the parents to engage in the curriculum and their bringing of their own children. This example comes from Genesis 18, verses 17 to 19. That is my proposal as a young Kenyan to look at that, because God calls Abraham his friend because Abraham will tell his children and his household after him. So we see that the real CBC is in the Bible because it goes down to the children. The moral values are passed down from Abraham to Isaac and to Jacob. And then in terms of funding, which is in the terms of reference, number 1E, to incentivize private sector to invest in schools. How? So that foundations, that Kenyan people who are wealthy can invest in school, and that investment is tax deductible. That's a good model is US tax code 501C3. It makes people who invest in R&D the money they give is tax deductible because the government is not going to give 2% of GDP to R&D in the coming future. In terms of reference, number 2C about the Open University, this is the progression from CBC to Open University. A good model is the Open University of Israel. I was a student there, I just graduated this year. Some of my classmates were from top university. And a key thing I would like to, as the Secretariat and the team looks at Open University of Israel, is that you don't need a matriculation certificate to join undergraduate. So I was in a master's class with people who did not have like a 844 equivalent in Israel, it's called the Baghut. So that is a good example to bring like a bottom-up situation where you don't need 844 certificate to join this Open University system. And a good course for Open University is Christian theology, Christian education, and mathematics, and things like coding.
You have 1 minute, sir.
And for that, I'd like to thank you and allowing me this opportunity.
Thank you very much. I hope you have brought something written.
Mine is soft copy. What
Yes.
digital do you have?
Karanja, get it.
Yeah, thank you very much. All protocols observed. My name is Saruni Jesse.
You promised 2 minutes, sir.
2 minutes I will use.
Yeah, well,
I am the president of Kenya University Students Organization, and I will address one, the issue of help. We want additional fee, disbursement for help from the current average of 37,000 per year to 200,000 per year. Ukiangalia saizi unakuta vitu, the cost of living has gone very high. So with that, I think it will be able to be sufficient. We want additional allocation for help by the Treasury. We want the introduction of a help loan liability certificate for interview purposes in place of help compliance certificate, because at times you find someone has defaulted because they don't have work. So if we can have a loan liability that will show the employer that, yes, this person has a loan, but they will be able to settle the loan once they get employment. We also want the government to make 40% of help disbursement to be a grant and 60% to be the loan. On another issue is the issue of repeal of Section 41C of the Universities Act to reintroduce universal suffrage in universities. As the chair of UASU said earlier, he said that vibrant leaders have come from universities, and especially University of Nairobi. It's because there was democracy at their time. So right now, we want democracy to be reintroduced to universities so that they can elect their leaders democratically and replace the delegate system of voting. The other issue is the issue of conflict between the Kenya School of Law Act 2012 and the Legal Education Act 2012. You will find that diploma students are not able to progress to become advocates of the Republic of Kenya because they have to undertake the advocates training program, of which Kenya School of Law has very stringent rules that are in contravention with the CLE Act. So we want that to be looked at so that even diploma students can be able to progress to advocates training program. We also want the advocates training program to be decentralized, to be brought to other institutions, so that not only Kenya School of Law will do that, but even other institutions of higher learning can do that. That is it from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And then for the students and as I said, for the universities, we will still give you time. We will still invite you. So for the students, get ready. You will still get another chance. We'll invite you again. Thank you. To give us those details. Welcome.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for this opportunity. My name is
2 minutes.
Yes. Yeah. My name is Wesley Jeff. I am the National Youth Representative for the Service Party of Kenya, and I serve in that capacity as the National Representative for the Youth. Now, the two issues that I have outlined with respect to student learning in higher education is the issue of one, attachments and internships, and the second one is the issue of the loan repayment system of help. Now, on issue of attachment and internships, I believe that the ratio between graduates and the internships offered is not does not correlate. For example, we have 15,000 to 30,000 graduates every year, but the government through the public service only offers 3,000 the opportunity for attachments. So I believe for recommendation purposes, that the government needs to scale up its uptake in internships and attachments. And secondly, even for those who are lucky to get those attachments and internships, they need to be counted as active practice within their fields of learning, because you find that when people graduate, their attachment periods are not counted as active practice. So it becomes a caveat to employment, and it brings the issue, or that has been outlined in the presentations before, that we are presenting graduates who are not market ready. The last thing I would want to say is that the government also needs to include the private sector to influence the internship program, so that we can have more people adapted into the internships and hence market readiness. The second point and final point is the issue of the loan repayment system. The help system, as good and of all the good it does, it also has a high default system, which means there are some people who are going to miss out on being beneficiaries as a result of the same. Now, the proposal that I would like to present before this working party is that we need to change our system from the current that dictates that you need as an individual or a beneficiary of the loan, you need to pay back the loan after 1 year, regardless of income status or employment. Now, our proposal would mirror other jurisdictions around the world, for example, in Ghana and New Zealand. In Ghana, the SSNIT, which is the equivalent of HELB, the body of student loans there, has recommended that students need to pay back their loan at the earliest convenience, but more importantly, on gainful employment. This ensures that you are at a certain tax bracket before you can start paying back the loan. This ensures that individuals don't collectively drag our poverty index down. And a more explained situation is in New Zealand, where they require for a person to pay a loan only after you have gotten to the cap of $20,020 annually, which translates to $1,600 a month. In Kenyan shillings, that is 232,000 shillings a month. We do recognize that we are not there yet in terms of purchasing power of our country and our GDP. We do understand that, but we are also saying that the government can work a system where we can work with what we have as Kenyans. And that proposal by the KNBS and the African Development Bank has put middle-class earners at 39,000 shillings a month. At 39,000 shillings as a cap, it makes sure that people can pay their loans and collectively not drag our poverty index and the poverty levels in our country down. So this is just a summary of what we have, and we will present the full document.
Karanja,
perpetuity,
please.
We have it in
it's a
soft
wonderful
copy.
idea. Yeah,
Yes.
Just go to Karanja.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. It's a wonderful idea. We cannot miss that. You promised 2 minutes, madam. 3 minutes.
Yeah. Good afternoon. Yeah, my name is Olivia.
I have only those who are standing. Nobody else should go there. Then we have now Kepsha and Kesha. And before that, the governor, representatives of the governor will just say hi. But those 6, only 2 minutes, and then we go to Kesha and Kepsha.
Thank you, Chair. You've taken half of my minute. So my name is Olivia. I'm a lecturer at this institution, University of Nairobi. But I stand here as a parent. So I'll give my presentation in form of recommendations. Number 1, for CBC, there's what we call parental involvement. And I speak as a blessed woman because I'm a mother of 5 who are all under CBC. And so you can imagine my evenings and weekends when you come back home, and number 1 tells you wants an aeroplane, number 2 wants a car, number 3, take me a video baking, number 4, sewing, I don't know what. So I think CBC is good, but the issue of parental involvement should be relooked at, because naturally we are already part and parcel of our kids' life. We provide for them the basic needs, and I don't think it's fair to give us extra work or teachers to give us extra work to be able to meet the objectives of this education. So I think in the reform, as a parent who God has blessed with a number of children, it actually looks like a burden, okay? Number two is the exams. My firstborn is doing his exams, grade 6, in the next 2 weeks. Last term, when CBC was introduced, they used to do open exams where you are asked a question and you give the answer the way you understand it. Last term, they are now being examined by being given choices, A, B, C, D. And the first time my son did that exam, he failed terribly. And when I asked him, what is the problem? He told me, Mom, these things are confusing. So there's a lot of guesswork. So if you're trying to teach kids to think outside the box, why are we boxing them by giving them choices? So you need to look at what is the essence of this competency-based curriculum, because we are going back to 844. They are now, even the exam they are going to do, I know it is choices, A, B, C, D, and then you're given marks. The only thing they are telling us is they are not ranking them, but we know there are schools which are ranking. So I think if the idea was to come up with children who are open thinking, then let's relook, because I think that's a very good thing that should not be taken away. Number three, specialization at an early age. It's a good thing that if I am a singer, I should discover that at an early age, but the government should come up with a synchronized or research-based way of students identifying their careers. Because as we know it, there are people who they are in Form 4, some even come, and by the time they are finished with their university, they still even don't know whether they want to be whatever they have done in the university. So the government, my proposal would be if you could come with a way, I think there are scientific ways of people determining their strengths and skills so that when they are choosing a certain career path, they certainly and for sure know that that is their strength. I think that should be embedded as part and parcel of this specialization at an early age. And lastly, this is general in terms of reforms and education, is what we call freedom of worship in our schools. We have students, somebody mentioned here previously, who are not allowed to exercise their rights of worship. We have people who go to church on Saturday. We have some go to church on Sundays. We have schools who have now inculcated certain programs, including examinations on days that certain children believe that they're supposed to be in church worshiping. So I believe if it is a law as part of reform, why don't we make it clear that we should let children exercise their freedom of worship, because we are having a lot of moral decay in this society. If a kid chooses that I love my God so much, I want to go to church so that I can be able to continue living the right way and doing the right thing, why are you punishing that child for believing in God? And these are the kids who are supposed to be disciplined. They're the ones who are supposed to be helping others to follow the right way so that we don't end up with burning schools, abuse, suicide, and all these things. So let's accept religion as part and parcel of helping our children to grow and become the people we want them to be. Thank you very much.
Your point is very clear.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Johnson Kinyua. I'm the Dean of Students, University of Nairobi, taking care of 50,000 students. I have 2 minutes. One is to state the challenge, and the other minute is to state the proposed solution. Our students are facing challenges in terms of welfare in the university, both accommodation and also food. And particularly those students who come from very marginalized places, they come here, they report with nothing, no money for accommodation, no money for food, and therefore is a big challenge. The other issue, it is in concerning the career when they are transitioning from the university to the market. We have a challenge of skills deficit. We are told sometimes we are producing half-baked graduates. So those two-pronged challenge, I would propose the following solution, that the proposed amalgamation of the university funding, there should be a special welfare kitty for such students, because sometimes they are turned, again, they have qualified to do medicine or engineering, but they don't have sustenance. Therefore, special fund for such students is very important. The other thing is that the private sector, the public universities have a lot of land, but they don't have the money to build the hostels. And therefore, public-private partnership as far as the accommodation should be encouraged by providing incentive to the private sector to provide such kind of accommodation services within the university. Secondly, to mitigate the issue of skills deficit among our graduates, I propose within the Office of Career Service that was launched 4 years ago, which has not been operationalized fully nationwide, we incorporate what we call the Skills Development Center to ensure that the graduates have the requisite skills that are in demand in the market. The other one is that the public service internship program has been working, but only takes around 4,000 graduates per year. If we can make a mandatory national internship program to allow all the students to have a 6 months internship, I think it will enhance that. And with that, I think the quality of the graduates in the market will be enhanced. Thank you very much.
But we will still give you time, universities. We will give you information. We still need a lot of detail on the same. So you'll still get time. But for now, give us your information. Madam, you had promised 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Welcome.
Moderator. Indeed, I'll take only 3 minutes. My names are Ambassador Dr. Josephine Ojambo. I am an honorary lecturer at the University of Nairobi in the College of Health Sciences. I'm a former ambassador to the United Nations and past Deputy Secretary General of the Commonwealth. I'm also standing here today in the interface between institutions of education and the parents in a space called civil society. And I bring views to you from the Rotary clubs and also from an organization called the Peter Ojambo Foundation. I'm going to speak on value-based education. Mr. Chairman, I'll set the stage. I have 3 gaps I'd like addressed, and I have 4 solutions. The stage that I'm standing on has COVID-19 in the foreground and the safe return to school for children in Kenya. And it builds on a focus where we look at vulnerable children and the return to school and the human rights of children. Also look at the issues of social services given to children as they returned to school after COVID-19 and address some of the moral, mental, and value-based challenges in society that we might have a functional society. I'd like to say that CBC addresses learners' abilities to excellence, as individuals and not the school's ranking per se. Individuals are equipped with academic competence and a strong value-based system in order that we can build our nation. So our focus is really on the individual. And more than that, we need to ask ourselves, therefore, instead of the fact that we are maybe now looking at to what extent the child develops competence, we need to ask how important is the value of this education to the child. So what I'm saying, let us refocus on the child as opposed to actual competencies which are not grounded in values, so that we unlock the individual's passion, drive, and motivation to excel. So what are the gaps? One of the gaps that we have seen in civil society is the objectivist approach of CBC. It denies the Kenyan child the opportunity to form his or her own moral opinion, curtailing their motivation and their character development. Thank you. Another gap is embedded in how values and morals are taught within CBC. Someone has actually referred to it. For example, in an agriculture class, the children or learners are required to plant vegetables, and they'll be assessed on the physical exercise of planting those vegetables. And then values are inculcated in this session. But the teacher will only assess later the issue of how the vegetables were planted. And the important lesson of working together as a team or the values that working together brings to the child are sometimes forgotten. Lastly, another gap is the discernible framework for mental health and well-being interventions. These are key in helping learners to realize their full potential. And with that, the issues of psychosocial support, sexual and reproductive health rights. And I'm sure you've heard a lot about this when you went to Turkana and other places where you discussed the issues of FGM and early marriage. What solutions and recommendations do I have? One, the inclusion of values as a proactive remedy as opposed to a reactive approach. If we get it right, we will then be able to address the interplay of early teenage pregnancies, extreme acts of violence, alcohol and drug abuse, and then the wider issues of corruption in society, impunity, criminality, cultures of violence and abuse in public institutions. So the specific recommendations that primary learning approaches should focus on facts that allow the children to develop their own moral opinions, not just answering why, but mastering the skill of moral opinion. And more than that we should inculcate values that are culturally appropriate in local settings, and at the same time adequately measure psychosocial attitudes of the learners. I also want to say we should address emerging issues on mental health and well-being in schools, specifically developing positive relationships through concrete values. What are these values? Quickly: respect, compassion, listening, kindness, gratitude, love, friendship, and care. And they must align with the aspirations of our Kenyan Constitution. Lastly, community participation through parental education initiatives must be adopted. Even parents need to understand the frameworks of acceptance and refinement of value systems through community stakeholder partnerships. And in that way, we can reduce FGM and other alternative value systems that may not necessarily be today culturally appropriate. Thank you. My paper is here, Mr. Chairman. I've referred to the Basic
Thank you very
Education
much,
Act
Madam Karanja.
and others references.
I hope you've given us your contact. Huh?
Yes, my contact
We
is
might
all
still
right.
need you at some point.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Ambassador. Very grateful. Thank you. That's great. You had promised me 2 minutes, sir. Just 2 minutes. Then I remember my brother there, another 2 minutes. You can just do it in 2 minutes, 2 minutes. It will be good for all of us.
To all stakeholders and all protocols observed. Before you is Kotonde. Kotonde is a former student at Kenyatta University and taking my master's at the same university. Now, based on the new curriculum, I just have about 4 areas and their solutions. One, as you know, this activity was rushed. I'll prefer that going forward, we at least have some proper money to be given to every corner of this project so that it doesn't fail. 2, most of these institutions which are yet to receive junior schools, junior learners, a good number of them are not even having great facilities, learning facilities, name them. Another area which I really want to be very, very concerned, this goes to TSC. We have teachers who have been propelling themselves up the scale. Maybe a teacher didn't get the minimum university entry, that's C+. But you've managed to scale yourself up to the highest level, like in my case. I'm very proud, a proud C student. But I've scaled myself to this level. But you'll find that the TSC, in one way or the other, will be like, I can't teach in a high school. Where do I fall? I'm past the primary, not really past, but still can be, but I prefer being at the high school level. But I'm told that I can't be there because I had a C as a cut point. I'd love to know where they belong and what can be done for them. The other one goes to help. Then I'll give solutions. Huh? I'm a beneficiary of help. And as things stand, I'm not yet fully employed by TSC. Private sectors may not help me reimburse the money. Yet, the same help are already including some money in my account, such that by the time I'll be paying, it will be a big loan. How can this be stopped such that the comrades can have some humble time, to at least get job first, and then start the payment? Finally, now the recommendations which I think are appropriate. To the CBC teachers who are yet to be installed, I think it's the activity and the mandate of the government of the day. We have about 2 months now. They reorganize themselves such that these teachers are inducted from now to 23rd of January, such that by the time we'll be having the junior schools, the teachers are already inducted to carry out this very, very program head on. Despite the fact that some might not be having the degree, but that will not victimize them from handling this once they are inducted into this project. And then to the help, it is time. You give a grace period until the comrade is fully with a job. Then from there, you can start accruing the loans. That will automatically encourage them to even look for job. But the moment you install such, they'll not even look for job. You even discourage them from looking for job. And then to the teachers who have said, and already you've scaled yourself up to the higher level, I want to request the TSC. We are fully trained. Like I said initially, that I'm from the greatest university across Sub-Saharan, that is Kenyatta University, which produces most of the teachers around. Therefore, it is upon the TSC to employ all these teachers, because they have been trained irrespective of the fact that they had C, but they have been scaling themselves to the higher level to teach and even induct wisdom to these great Kenyans across the board. They should never be treated otherwise, that they had a C and, so we don't want to see something otherwise. Finally, TSC. We've seen some frustrations, which really compromises even the induction and the implementation of the said CBC, whereby the time the teachers should be having at least some time to go and empower themselves, so that even by the time you're going to have the CBC, it will be like teachers who have degree are the ones who handle these learners. Yet, the time the teachers should be going for classes, that's the time the teachers are also going to have TPDs. I want to request the TSC that that project be halted, to give teachers time to at least advance, such that when it comes to implementation of CBC, it finds that these teachers are either in class or are already with the knowledge required. Because even the universities right now, Kenyatta being none of them, they have really worked on a way that they are giving the CBC-oriented courses. Now, if the CBC-oriented courses are the ones being produced from these universities, and you don't want the TSC, you don't want to employ these teachers, why are you taking the education of this country?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Clap for him. 2 minutes, and then I will ask the CC.
Good afternoon. My name is Joe, the founder of Joe Tennis Program.
So, Madam Ruth,
I'm the
Director, just a minute. Director will give you some few minutes just to convey the message from the governor. As you can see, time is of essence. Welcome.
I'm the founder of Joe Tennis Program. My program have produced the best tennis players in this country. I will just go briefly we need to search talent at young age. Because primary level have been just focusing only in academic and left others struggling. Like example, all of you know Angela Kutoi. This is a player started at 4 years. By 10, 11 years, she got a scholarship with the International Tennis Federation. By age of 14, she was #1 in Africa, and she was top in senior tournament. Actions speak more than words, as you can see, the program have been doing on the pictures. And she won Britain tournament. She won over 250,000 at age of 14. And age of 18, she's #1 currently as we are talking. She's a top player in Africa and 50 in the world. This shows if we start nurturing talent at a young age, we can go places. Like yesterday, she went to US to get for visa, just walk in and she got the visa, just like that. Next year, the university she got at Alabama, she's going to be paid to be in that university, and then she'll get all requirement as a tennis player. As a solution for this, sports personnel in schools, by having coaches for various sports in schools in primary level. We need to give coaches a chance to the primary level, not secondary level, because in our system, we do sports in high school. We're not focusing in primary school. So we need to give coaches, those youth, we empower them to work at the primary level, so also they can get employed. Early start in sports for the kids. Taking the example of Angela Kute, who started at age of 4, and many others can be drawn from across the sports discipline. It will give kids better start in sports, where they can go on to become professional. They create early employment for them as well as benefit. This comes with such a level of an exposure across the world. Angela has traveled a lot in the Europe, America, and African countries. Very soon, she's gonna start investing in Kenya next 2-3 years. In fact, next week, there's a big tournament, international tournament. All of you are invited to come and see Angela. This is early preparation 4 years. If we can start this chekechea, we can go places. We can produce a lot of players, Umanyala, Wanyama, and then we start investing early in this country. Because what happened in primary, we are focusing only in academic, 400, and then we're leaving out who are talented. I'm very sure, like a story of Angela, I'm the one who funded her since she was 4 years. She was an orphan. She was not even having a meal. She used to have a 1 meal in a day. When I came to discover, I used to buy a milk in the morning and lunch when I buy chips for the other kids. So these kids, she will never stop coming for tennis. She will know there will be lunch because home is only 1 meal. If we know a kid will go to school, I'll know I'll play soccer and I'll do the academic.
Thank you, sir. I think your message is very
Thank
clear.
you very much.
Your message is very
Okay.
clear. One vision. Just a minute for the governor, message of the governor. Ngojea kidogo tu. Message from the governor for just 2 minutes.
Thank you, Daktari. Good afternoon, everyone, and all protocols observed. I'll be very brief. I will not read whatever submission we have because I'm going to give it to the team. But I'd like to say that the governor has sent his greetings and said that to tell you that as Nairobi County, we are fully behind the CBC, and we've made a few recommendations that we feel that if this could be done, then CBC would be the best way to go. As you all know, the county government is in charge of ECD, vocational training, and home craft centers, as well as early daycare, whereby we are actually in charge of the foundation of what eventually is the CBC and later on TVET. So Dr. kindly allow me to read 1 or 2 of our submissions that we felt that could enhance and could enrich the work of this committee, and of course, eventually trickle down to the child and make sure that the goals and objectives of CBC is met. So we have also discussed a few challenges that are unique to us, but I will not go into that. One of the main submissions that we've made is that there's need for continued in service of teachers for capacity building. I think this has been said before, but we cannot emphasize it enough. So the classroom teacher who's already teaching, who's finished college, needs constant in-service in matters CBC, as well as holistic education for the child. We're also saying that we know that it is the mandate of KICD to evaluate materials for teaching and learning, but we are recommending that they involve classroom teachers whenever they are doing this, because then they'll be able to get the materials that are implementable in a classroom situation. We're also encouraging that parents and teachers should be trained or sensitized to use innovative ways in coming up with teaching learning materials. We had even encouraged some Daktari to show you how you can even use matchstick. I don't know when you can walk here and just be showing them. You can just use the matchsticks that you use at home. You put them in a tin. Your child goes with it to school. That can make a fish, you know. And these are some of the things that will enable demystify the cost issues of CBC, because a lot of parents have complained about this. So if we, in service, encourage use of locally available material to just make the teaching learning materials, then you'll find that the costs will really go down, and the children will even enjoy doing this work. So that is one of our submissions, and we are ready to share with you, with the rest, our champion. That is just a matchstick, and you have a fish. Yes. So that is a part of our submission, and we are ready to share with you our trainer on material development. That's what we've adopted in Nairobi in the ECD, and we found that it has helped a great deal. We're also involving the parents. We train them in material development so that when you're sending the child home with homework, the parent does not wonder where to start from. I'm speaking from the ECD perspective. Ladies and gentlemen, we are also saying that CBC calls for very heavy investment in ICT, and therefore both levels of government, this is us as counties and national government, we should then invest heavily in ICT to enable all children to get access to ICT to facilitate digital learning. We are also campaigning, and this we are lobbying our county assembly to ensure that financial resourcing of pre-primary and vocational training is ring-fenced, and at least 25% of the budget goes to education, such that even if we get grants from the national government, it just complements. Ladies and gentlemen, we are also, part of our submission is that collaboration between the national and county government to provide school meals for the children all the way from ECD to the primary schools. And another one, submission, everyone has talked about school land in Nairobi, grabbing and all this. So our submission is that we need to hasten the titling of school land. The National Lands Commission, as well as the Ministry of Land, need to hasten this, because already the surveys for the school land and public spaces and playgrounds has been done by the Nairobi City County government, and all these plans have been forwarded for titling. So we are just requesting that the National Lands Commission and the Ministry of Lands hastens this titling, so that then we can be able to do ground possession by fencing of the schools and public playgrounds. On parental empowerment and engagement, ladies and gentlemen, we are recommending that the KICD guidelines on parental empowerment and engagement be fully implemented. This will cover all these issues of lack of communication, not understanding what CBC is about, and so on. So there's already a guideline that then needs to be implemented. Then, ladies and gentlemen, for us in Nairobi, we have an issue with inclusive education, early identification of children with special needs, and we only have one EAC center, that is Education Assessment and Resource Center at St. Paul's, which is not so well equipped, and the next place is Kise. So we are recommending that Ministry of Education should come up with at least one EAC center in every sub-county so that the children with the disability do not have to go far to be assessed and placed. So we are truly committed to inclusive education, and we'll even come up with the centers and units for children with disability in various schools. This is a commitment, it's part of the manifesto of His Excellency Governor Sakaja's manifesto, that will come up with these units, and we're even ready to equip the EACs once they are put in place. So thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much, and keep it up with the food for education. There is something we saw yesterday in one of the institutions. I think if the same can be done in all other, urban centers, it would really help the children to be in school. Wacha tusikize sasa kutoka kwa msasi wetu. Karibu. Welcome.
Thank you very much. I'm a cultural exchange practitioner. In culture, we have practicing practitioners who are proficient in their work. Proficiency in culture is same as a professor. Why am I saying that? Hapa nimegundua, if you talk in English, ndio unaonekana wewe ni msomi. Yani nilifurahia sana sile daktari aliniita na akaniita kwa Kiswahili. Mimi ni Mshenga. Nimezaliwa Nairobi. And I think I've played a very major role in mambo ya CBC kukuja through my book, The Engagement My Father's Book. Kuna wale wananijua hapa kidogo nafikiria. And we've been ignored. Actually, I call myself an ignored stakeholder and assumed stakeholder. That's what I am. So from that point of view, as we have also, I was happy also to see the madam from the governor's office talking about volunteering at the governor's Nairobi's office, because that's what I do in Muta. In Jericho, we have an open space. I'm an open space practitioner where we are educating our children, waiting for the government when they recognize us to come and assist us. Now it has taken us about 15 years. So even as parents, we go to take direction. What has happened with CBC? Even tukisoma, the same was there. CBC report ni majina zina change. The same thing. What is happening? Kuna mambo nyenye wamekuja wakagrab CBC, wakaipindua yao. Sasa wanafanya vitu biashara zao na CBC. We were supposed to open a media shop for the students as they finish primary. They're able to go there and sell their goods and be able to make money and be able to pay their salary, to be able to pay their school fees, to be able to do blah, blah. You know what was supposed to be done with it. No, it's a waste of time actually, because these are our kids. These are our kids, tunaongea juu yake. See what? Maybe some of you don't mind. Lakini as we mind, we have ethics and values. Kama vile Ojiambo alisema, Ojiambo ameenda wapi? We also work with Ojiambo somewhere. Thank you. So the main thing ni corruption ndio iliingia na ikaharibu implementation ya CBC. You see tunafanya hub shops na watoto wetu after the school schools. I didn't have much to say. Niyo sana nilikuwa nataka kusema. Secondly, so as a cultural creative person, we have also herbal ways of treating this problem. This is an innovative invention of mine I've created. I was paralyzed with arthritis, but now I'm very fit. I'm one of the fittest persons in the world. Na kuna wakati sikuwa naweza kutembea. I can do very many summers of stuff, you'll be surprised. And it's because of using my cultural way to treat myself. So I'll finish with a saying from Benson Alumasa, an indigenous practitioner like me. Education is knowledge, without which developing, without which you cannot, education is knowledge, without which you are the same, like a tree without roots.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
From Benson and Lumasa.
Thank you.
So our culture should be implemented in our new.
Thank you very much. So everybody is important. Let's clap for him, please. Karanja, get his information. Karanja, there's somebody there. Thank you very much, Asante.
Yeah,
World Vision, just say 2 minutes. Huh?
yes, 2 minutes. Thank you so much. My name is Philip Onyango from World Vision. I'll
So
be very
Kesha,
brief.
Kepsha, be ready. Our Parents Association, SNE, just be ready. In a few minutes' time, we are giving you the opportunity.
Yeah, thank you so much. In terms of structure, we are recommending as an organization that the lower or junior secondary to be domiciled within the primary section. This is in line with the Children's Act of 2022. Second point is that in terms of governance, we also have noticed that in some primary schools, the ECD centers, the pre-primary school centers are within the primary school compounds, but they have separate board of management. We are recommending that they should have one control, integrated system, where we have one board of management that caters for both primary and pre-primary. The reason why we recommend this is that sometimes as INGOs, when we provide some infrastructure support, there tend to be some conflict between the ECD team and the pre-primary team and the primary school team. So this, if it's harmonized, can be good. Thirdly, we recommend that all teachers, whether in pre-primary or in primary, to be managed and employed by Teacher Service Commission. This is in line with the 2013 TSC Act that stipulates clearly that all teachers in Kenya will be under one umbrella commission, employed and promoted by them. Fourthly, we also recommend that the naming system for tracking learners to start from preschool so that this learner is tracked all through the entire education system. Currently, the tracking system for learners only starts from grade 1 and above. It is important for us to recognize pre-primary and let us track these children. Fifthly, we recommend that Article 53(1)(b) of the Constitution is clear about the funding framework for primary education, the basic education. It is clear that education should be free and compulsory. If it is free and compulsory, then the government needs to pump in enough resources and ensure that we have enough infrastructure in terms of capitation and the schools. And if this is done, then the disparity between bursaries and the infrastructural disparities as a result of the grading of the schools as national, county, and extra county will be minimized. So we recommend that the education system, basic education, to be free and compulsory with enough funding.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. A clap for him. Thank you very much. And we will still need you. You know, these are our partners. So they have a lot of information on what happens, especially in those areas where they operate most of the time. So we may still need your input. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
2 minutes, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah.
My name is Brian Mutua Musyoki, and good afternoon to you guys. As you've seen in the morning, we had a presentation by the children here, and it was very eloquent and on point. Just imagine if that was done on a large scale in our primary schools. I stand here on behalf of the Kenya Children Assembly. I'm the former speaker of the Kenya Children Assembly. World Vision is a good partner. We've worked with them over the past. I was also part of the team that made the status of child participation in Kenya as it is from the year 2005 to 2022. The challenge that we've noticed, Bona Chair and the working committee, is, for one, the issue of governance and leadership in this country is slowly deteriorating. Honestly, you know the caliber of leaders we have in this country. You know it, I know it, everybody knows. Imagine if we can do something from the primary level, we need to institutionalize the Kenya Children Assembly from the primary level and enable them to channel their leadership skills up to the university stage. So mine is first and foremost to at least, can this workforce try and pick the Kenya Children Assembly from the current Department of Children's Services and keep it under the Ministry of Education, where it is fully funded and gives the children an opportunity to express themselves freely. The reason I'm saying this is the current Children's Bill of 2022 stipulates very carefully that child participation is not only critical, but important. What happened today here is just as a tip of the iceberg. We have interviewed close to 40,000 children, and their views on CBC is immense. You cannot imagine. So mine is a call to this workforce to make sure that they institutionalize the Kenya Children Assemblies in schools, so that children are nurtured from the bottom up. In real sense, this is the real bottom up. My other issue is about upholding of the ban on corporal punishment. As a Kenya Children Assembly, we truly and diligently stand with a ban. We do not want cases, isolated cases are being used to put pressure on the government. No, let us look at the wider picture. Our children are most important, and they are most important when not harmed. Mine is, we also are recommending the introduction of native culture or native languages of Kenya. I am a student of the University of Nairobi. I'm taking political science and public administration here, and I have learned Chinese to its best. I can actually speak it right now. But what if I was able to speak Luo, Kamba, Kalenjin, Kikuyu? What of that? We're not giving our children that opportunity. So let this curriculum reform give our children the opportunity to learn our native language. You've seen my predecessor just here. He has mentioned the importance of culture. Our culture is slowly eroding. We need to bring it back and institutionalize them, especially in the university level. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you
very much. A clap for him. Thank you very much. You had requested 3 minutes. The two ladies had requested 3 minutes.
Okay.
So welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We are from Career Guidance Institute.
So please, after those three, I will not want, I would not wish to see somebody else there, because I'll go straight to Kepsha and Kesha.
I'm Dr. Masi Maina. We are from College of Career Guidance Institute, which is the professional association of career guidance practitioners. We have three things to share. The issue of career guidance in Kenya is embedded in guidance and counseling policies, but the elements are affected by several issues that are the teachers who are appointed to deliver the service do not have the right competencies, and then also the teaching workload. Then the second one, the schools are affected by many psychosocial problems, the students that they exhibit, and so career guidance services is given a low priority. There's also lack of career information and resources for teachers so that they can deliver the service. And then in the policy gaps, that it is offered by anyone, and more often than not, there are no clear policies on this. So there's also the issue of parental influence, that the most children also suffer, say that they are being forced by their parents to take up some careers or choices in post-secondary education. Career guidance in the CBC is already again highlighted through the national goals, the mission of the basic education, nurturing every learner's potential, the guiding principles, and then the core competencies of 21st centuries. It is embedded there. But within the framework, there are 4 gaps. One, there are no clear guidelines on the framework on how this is going to be provided for. And although it is also part of the PCI, the pertinent and contemporary issues, but even if it is mainstream, the teachers still do not have the framework on how to guide to link this in the subjects or with the world of work. Grade 7, there is the area of pre-technical and pre-career education, and it is assumed that it is the concept of career education, but in the framework, the pre-technical and pre-career education covers ideally technical subjects. Then the third one is the pathways in senior school. They're very broad, and so they're likely to cause confusion. There is the STEM, there is the talent and sports, and then the social sciences. So they are too broad, so it would be important that these are given more, they are expanded, the pathways are expanded more so that they can give more clarity, and so that as many children will be able to know what areas they lie. In theoretical approaches in the framework, they cover teaching, learning, and institutional theories, but they lack career development theories, which are missing, which will be instrumental in supporting guidance processes from early years through senior school and in post-secondary education. If we look, if this is embedded, there will be there's a proposal or a method of how this can be delivered, that we have early years where we have career awareness. In middle school will be career exploration, in high school career preparation, and in higher education or in tertiary education we have now career training. So the preparation, awareness, exploration, preparation, and training in post-secondary education. And that way it will be easy to join the
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
I will give just the proposals. My name is Margaret Oidaka. I'm the board chair of the association. Number one, to develop career guidance policy frameworks to provide guidelines and standards in the whole educational ecosystem, that is basic education, tertiary, and the world of work. Two, career guidance must be embedded in the curriculum. If it's not done, a lot of issues will still work. Creation of career departments in all primary and secondary schools. We also want recognition of career guidance as a profession, just like any other profession, so that the positions can be created and embedded by the TSC, TVET, institution of learning, private practice, and especially because they work with young people all through. We also want training of career guidance teachers and practitioners in charge of these departments, so that we avoid the issue of everyone and anyone giving out this service. Lastly, we want embedding career guidance in teacher education training. By the time they are leaving, it becomes an elective, so that they are able to go out to schools and offer this, because we have to nurture every child's talent. Everybody must be trained and the teachers must be trained.
Wonderful solution. Thank you so much. Way forward. Thank you. That's great.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, me, I'm coming here on capacity as a parent, and also I've worked as the capacity of in the Ministry of Education for over 20 years, and in the lower capacity. And the reason why I came here, being a representative of the community in Utawala as a chairman, there is one thing that most of us are here because we are the consumers of this CBC. I want to give categorically that one of the issues that we have to check is the content. Personally, I have been able to go through the content of CBC. Why should we have volumes of books? We can have science, for instance, 10 books. When you are just illustrating about human anatomy, the same art which is drawn in the same book in the other book is the same drawn in the same book. Why should we have these books rather than one book? If you look at that content, you realize that the books are carrying so many pages. And when you see the exam has been consolidated to 50 questions, you realize science is only 10 questions. A teacher has taught a whole term 200 pages. Some of these teachers are disappointed. There's no question that came out of this exam after doing all this work. So generally, why can't we have, like me, I did my English with a small book, which I remembered. I don't know, Tom and Mary, and I can speak English. Should we have so many books for English? That's one thing we should be able to be realistic on this practical aspect. Another thing is the content. When I read one of the book, Longhorn book, grade 4, somebody is writing a story saying, write a composition about the burial of your grandmother. I want us to ask, I can remember grade 4, page 25. and you have drawn a casket. Can you explain? Surely, what kind of content are we talking about? As parents, you realize again, in what they call this, is it a physical education? You are telling the teacher to train the child about kabaddi. What, do you know kabaddi? No, let us be realistic. Kabaddi, I even don't know. I remember there's a school in Utawala Primary. They are engaging the police to come and train music, because some of the teachers don't know about those, is it the beats? So can we be somehow honest that at some point, the content we have is volume of books, but we need to check into those contents and reduce them to be so realistic, at least a book from every aspect of the subject. Now, another thing we have not very honest, there's another issue. We've not checked into the special need children. In my community, we have many children who are special need. Some of these parents are hiding their children because they are feeling they might be rejected in our public schools. Because teachers find they are overloaded. Handling another special need is another problem. So the parents ask me, where do we get special needs school? Across Nairobi, how many of you can tell me? Probably one or two. And we have those children in our society. So I think, and we need to invest CBC for the same kids. I would imagine that we are thinking about, we'll get our children normal, but there are parents who have children who are disabled. And I think we need to look into that and invest the same CBC special needs school within the same framework of our primary schools. Another thing that I would want to say is about our teachers. Currently, the issue of delocalization and stopping this impunity of transferring teachers or posting them to Lodwar or Turkana should have even stopped like yesterday. Because I met a parent who was posted in Baringo and the family is in West Pokot. He lost the wife and the children are with the grandmother. How will he be trained? This is a parent. He needs to serve as well as look after his children. How you can imagine a person posted with 31,000 shillings a P1 from Samburu to Kakamega. How will that person serve? This is where we should also be able to be very clear that we have mismanaged our human capital. These teachers are not able to work. If I do my analysis, maybe some of you are good in that because I may not have done research. We have over 375,000 teachers in primary, public schools. That is preschool up to secondary. In private schools, we have an estimate of around 120,000 teachers. If you do the ratio with the schools we have, you realize that our teachers are more in public than private, and yet they are not performing. Why? There's an idle workforce somewhere which is not working. Simply because either they are demotivated, that's number one, because of maybe misplacement, you have transferred very far to their family. Either they are just idle. I was in another place whereby I established in Kisii County. And I realized some of the teachers are in America. So it means even in our system, our payroll system, it means we have ghost teachers. So you need to look into that. So that probably, if you look at the ratio, it means even if you distribute equitably across all the public schools, you realize the ratio for primary, for private is 1:4, while public is 1:6. So you simply know that we have extra teachers, and yet you're saying we don't have teachers. And why is it the same teachers are not performing well? All of us have taken our children to private schools. Is it not true? So the reasons are there's a misstep somewhere. Secondly, you realize the same teachers in public schools are earning more. If you do an average, it's the higher and the lower side, you realize that average 43,000 per month. because you also have even the chief principals. And the private schools, you realize average is 16,000 and they are delivering. Ours are not, they are not delivering. There's a gap somewhere. So you need to do into that, look into that. For human capital, there's no return on investment. Another thing I must be able to understand is this.
I hope that's the last one.
That could be the last one.
Welcome.
You realize that we should have a progression whereby the old teachers should be moving as they go up. Instead, you go to public schools, old teachers are teaching the young ones in preschools. You realize, how will it be effective? This old teacher, and yet this child is very active, needs a lot of attention. All of you have one house help from every house. But you transfer all your 50 children to go and give an old lady of 53 years. Surely, what kind of attention do you expect? Another thing you might say, investment, even to ourselves, we realize that we do it unproportionally. The lower schools, we've not invested, but the more they go to class 7, 8, we tend to give attention. Because I think the principals would want to see that they are performing well in the final exam. But those children, if you go to our schools there, they don't even have seats. Then it means we should reverse the way of investing to our children in our infrastructure.
Your time is up, sir.
My time is up, okay. Maybe I can give one before I leave. The final one that I should also look at is that the issue of maybe the other issue is about the issue of funding. I think I've mentioned. Maybe the other issue I will submit to my brother there, because I think because you also try, when you say time is up, even a student loses the mark.
Thank you very much. A big clap for him. Get ready, Kesha, and for Kesha, don't worry. We will still call you because you are the people who are in touch with education. So this is not the last time. So maybe when we give you an opportunity, just give highlights, because you will still get another time. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Chairman, Presidential Working Party on Education Reforms, and members of your working party. My name is Joseph Mainangumi, and I'm the chairman of an association called the chairman of an association called Training Transfer, Technology Transfer, Training and Entrepreneurship Association. On behalf of my association, I would like to make a presentation, and the area of presentation is TVET and tertiary education. That is the area which I'm going to present. TVET and tertiary education. And I proceed sessional paper number 14 of 2012 on TVET reforms. Policies, challenges 2012, identified the reforms, policies, and challenges of training at the institutions of higher learning in Kenya. Tetra Association has identified a mismatch between the curricula being taught at the institutions of higher learning in Kenya and the training needs of industry. The gap is wide enough, and it places a barrier to employment. The graduates lack the ideal skills and competency for productivity and therefore employability. The following are the identified gaps. There are gaps between the relevance of curricula taught at the institutions of higher learning and the industry needs. That is number one. Number two, there is a problem of churning out of graduates that hardly satisfy the human resource needs of industry. Many institutions of higher learning are not keeping pace with the changing employer needs. Number four, industry and institutions of higher learning have been existing businesses apart. Number five, outdated training curricula in institutions of higher learning. Number 6, training curricula have been developed without the involvement of relevant industry stakeholders. Instructors are pure academics without industry experience. They have never worked in industry and therefore do not have hands-on experience. Therefore, they contribute to the widening gap between education and industry needs. Number 8, there has to be relevance of education, training, and industry. Number 9, many public institutions have been converted to universities and no replacement has been built. Therefore, their number has continued to dwindle, creating a shortage of qualified raw cadres of technical personnel, such as plumbers, electricians, masons, carpenters, etc. There is a barrier to employment for the youth coming from institutions of higher learning. Employers have noted a competency gap, which has to do with the lack of practical skills, competency, and experience. And these are the recommended solutions to all these gaps. That number 1, we develop industry focused and competency-based curricula, which are flexible to meet the changing needs of industries. Number 2, training can only be relevant to industry if it is fact-based according to industry needs. Number 3, there is urgent need to minimize the gap between education and industry needs. Number 4, higher education and industry players should forge partnerships at various levels towards ensuring that the suppliers of graduates satisfy the demands of the users, of the employers. Number 5, the partnerships must involve joint curricular development and reviews. B, joint research work for purposes of connecting innovation with industry needs. Number 6, establish closer networking between institutions and industry.
I hope that is the last one, sir.
Come again?
I hope that is the last one.
Yeah, this is okay. I'm just finishing off.
Okay.
I've given those solutions to the industry. These are recommended solutions, and I have further proposals. The further proposals that the KICD provides a CBET curriculum with occupational standards, that NEC provides competence assessment, that NEC gives competence certificates, that industry needs, that industry be involved at all stages of TVET curriculum development, training, and assessment. Then separation of curriculum development, training or instruction, assessment, and certification. Those should be separated. This will create specialized institutions and promote quality and value. Junior secondary, we have something about junior secondary, that we are the Technology Transfer Training and Entrepreneurship Association proposes that junior secondary students be retained in their primary schools. We also have a solution for congestion charges of 100% transition into public institutions. Competency-based training and practical skills training in the public institutions has been faced challenges of overcongestion in practical rooms. The solution is that private TVET institutions at Akenapco and NITA should be allocated with students by CUSP. Challenges of textbooks, shortage to enhance coverage of the CBC curriculum. There's a shortage of those books. Authors and publishers of the CBET curricula books to be recognized and motivated by the government through issuance of tenders to buy these books for public institutions. So about our institution, just briefly, our institution is called Technology Transfer Training and Entrepreneurship Association, TETRA, and it is coming from the micro, small, and medium enterprises sector. That is where we are registered by. So we have proposed these above issues based on the experience and research of our members. So our association is
Thank you.
registered by
Thank you.
SEA, Micro Small Enterprises
Thank you very much.
Authority.
Yes.
So,
I still have
over here.
a big clap for it,
so
please.
thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We will still give a chance to TVET at some stage, because we realize in some counties it was not coming out very well. So we'll still talk a lot of issues about TVET. You can just highlight, madam, within 2 minutes. Yes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, sir, for this opportunity. Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
Great. Nice to be here. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present. My name is Elizabeth Gitonga. I'm presenting on behalf of the home educators in Kenya under the organization Each Home Educators. Now, some of you may not be familiar with the term home educators. You may be familiar with the term homeschooling, and there is a growing community of parents who are choosing to educate their children at home. And as we come to this season of education reform, we think it is fitting that these are recognized and supported because they are also playing a part in educating the children of Kenya. So I'll just very quickly give the definition of homeschooling. I'll give the benefits of what does Kenya stand to gain by embracing this, and then I'll give some recommendations. So what is home education? Now, this is a practice where parents and children undertake the activity of education themselves to pursue learning that meets the needs of the family and the children, recognizing that each child is unique and should learn in ways that meet their needs, guided by the best interest of the child. And home education provides the freedom to personalize the child's education so that they can realize their potential. The same way we all have unique fingerprints for all the people that have ever lived and will ever live. In the same way, each child is unique. And I think that is the role of the educator. And so home education is one of the ways in which we can really speak into that uniqueness of each and every child. Now, why is home education good for Kenya? Now, I'll tell you that there have been families practicing home education in Kenya for perhaps the last 20 years. But this movement has grown more significantly in the last few years. We know what happened during the COVID pandemic, and children were at home, and parents got the opportunity to be directly engaged with the education of their children. And for that reason, some parents, even after schools reopened, realized that my child is benefiting more for one reason or the other. And so I will continue educating them at home. So what are the main benefits then of home education? What have we seen? Ourselves, my family, I have 3 children. All of them are home educated from the time they were in kindergarten. They never went to school, and I took them all the way through high school, and they have proceeded to get into institutions of higher learning locally. One of them is in Rwanda right now at university, but even from the community, we have many students who have transitioned through the school system, gone into universities, gone into tertiary institutions, gone into businesses. So it is successful. It may sound strange.
Do you teach them yourself, or?
Yes, we
employ
teach them
teachers
ourselves.
As parents.
As parents. In some cases, and increasingly so, you will find parents also deciding to hire a tutor, especially in areas where they may feel they're not strong.
Are you a trained teacher?
I am a trained teacher. There are many who have succeeded who are not trained teachers.
Continue.
But I am glad that I also went to that highest institution of learning, Kenyatta University, and have my degrees from there. So why is home education good for Kenya? Firstly, it works with the unique identity of each child. As we have said, each one of us is individual, is molded in a very specific way with gifts and talents and our individuality of the different ways that we learn. And so for parents who are able to take their child through this, just the same way a mother or a father teaches their child how to read, teaches their child maybe not how to read, but how to talk. The parents are the natural and foremost educators of the children. And so this is not something that is beyond them. It is something they're able to work step by step and work with the individuality of the child. You know when a child is learning, you know when a child is not learning. Even if you're not formally educated. If one does not have literacy, we know we have many parents in Kenya who cannot read and write. And how would this work for them? It may not be the choice for them. Maybe that wouldn't be suitable for them. But I've also seen parents who are then able to ask for help where they need it. Where a child is older, we are now in the digital age, and so much learning can happen digitally. I know a child who successfully completed high school
Maybe
in
your
mathematics
recommendations now.
and got an A and through the online learning. So let me just go quickly through my points of why education, home education is good for Kenya, recognizing the individuality of every child, and also recognition of the rights to education and parental rights in child's education. This is very clearly stipulated in the rights of the African child, which says in Article 11 on education that state parties shall respect the rights and duties of parents, and where applicable, legal guardians to choose for their children schools other than those established by public authorities which conform to such minimum standards as approved by the state to ensure the religious and moral education of the child in a manner consistent with the evolving capacities of the child. So this is well within the treaties that we have signed on to and which have guided our constitutions. So we have talked about the parent-teacher ratio. Another reason why it's good is that it will help to ease that burden. We're talking of classrooms where we have one teacher with 100 students. If 2 of those parents or 3 of those parents or 10
Your recommendation.
are able to home educate, and that is really very useful. I will move on to our recommendations and tie them in to show that this is beneficial for the country. Our recommendation touches on home education being recognized in the law. Our law stipulates for free and compulsory basic education, but in the formulating of that or in explaining of that law, we talk about free and compulsory schooling. Now, schooling and education are different. And so the law, the Basic Education Act, ought to recognize that education is not only when a child is taken to a school, education can also happen in a home. So to change that, to reflect that education can be carried out in alternative means and in a home.
Thank
The
you.
second recommendation is that I would like the home education community to be involved in the education boards that are available in the country so that we can be the voice for those families and for those children. The third recommendation, because this comes in as a question, how do you regulate? How do we know? And that is working through the home education organization. We have each home educators that is formulated and has within it the voices of the parents who are home educating. And we are very happy to work with government and education bodies in thinking through the policies and laws that would support this. The fourth recommendation is that home educators use a varied means of curricula. We use local curriculum. We use curricula that has been accredited in various nations. And I think the key factor is, are we keeping to the minimum standards of our country? And so that idea of curriculum accreditation ought to be made not one that is stringent, not one that cuts off the potentialities of different learners. We've heard of people who have excelled as sports people. These are people who need a lot more time practicing tennis. How do we allow for that curriculum that they can spend their early morning and afternoons practicing their tennis, but still cover the core curricula? So that ought to be reflected. Our other recommendation is that this is very useful for the teens.
Your time is up, I hope. that
Okay,
is the
just
last one.
my last
Yes.
point is that we have a lot of teen pregnancies. We have seen that pandemic. And what do these teen mothers do? They need to drop out from school most of the time, isn't it? Or leave their children in the care of people who are not their natural parents. This provides a good opportunity for the teen mothers to be able to educate their children at home. They themselves also receiving and completing their basic education that has been interrupted because of the pregnancy that had not been planned for at that particular time. Children in arid and semi-arid lands will benefit from home education as they walk along with tutors, as their parents are empowered to teach them according to their culture. So you're not asking a Maasai to remove their robes. We are saying you can still wear your robes, you can still rear your animals, but you can still receive an education that will help you have the best practice.
I think the message is home.
So I will
Thank
stop
you very
there.
much.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
We are very happy to answer any questions that will be coming from the task force,
Leave your
and we will
contact
circle
with,
back with,
leave your contact.
any
We might still
information.
want to call you at some point.
we will do that. Thank you very much for
It's
the
a wonderful
opportunity.
idea.
I
I'm
appreciate the
just
shortage
asking,
of time.
just one question.
Sure.
Have you been trained the CPC way?
The CBC way, personally, I haven't, but our methods apply everything. When I read about the CBC, and I actually support other schools because I'm an educationist, I see that what we are doing at home is really what is being done in CBC.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay, Kesha, be ready. And as Kesha is coming, or Kesha, Brother Nahulo, I'll just give you just 1 minute. Okay, Brother Nahulo. Just 2 minutes, huh?
No, I need 10 minutes. I'm the parent chairman.
Oh, you are the,
Parents chairman.
oh, parents.
Yes, I'm the owner of
Okay,
the-
5 minutes. Parents, 5 minutes.
So, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon.
Yeah. I think Kesha, you don't need to really stand, just sit you will follow. Kesha and then Kesha. Then we have SNE, we have adult education, they just need 4 minutes. Then we have the university again, Nairobi University. I think those are the major ones, unless there's somebody else who. So if they can just spend about 5 minutes, 30 minutes, we should be able to clear. And then parents, and as I said, parents, Kesha, we will still give you some more time because there's a lot you have. You may not exhaust in this meeting. So later on, we will still invite you. So just highlights.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Yeah, my name is Silas David Obuhatsa. I'm the national chairman, Parents Association of Kenya. We have looked at just holistically on all the terms of references from the task force. And I will just summarize on what you have said. I got the recommendations. One, CBC being expensive, we are saying this, that CBC should not be abolished. It's a good concept, and therefore the government should create a vote head from FPE to cater for teaching and learning materials at the CBC schools. Two, we are saying, on the point of infrastructure, the government to cater for infrastructure in all schools, including those that are therefore special needs learners, because some schools, you have to climb stairs and go up and down. The special needs learners have problems. So as we talk about transition, we have to look at that as a point. On CBC structure, we are suggesting that the word junior secondary school be replaced with the upper primary school, because the reason being, we are seeing that the children are still very young, and our feeling is that they go through the primary school in grade 7, 8, and 9 to reach that age of 15 years before they transit to the high school level. So junior secondary school to be called upper primary, while the other structure all the way from lower, we are saying that grades 1 to 6, we call them lower primary, and then grades 7 to 9, upper primary, and then grades 10 to 12, we call them senior secondary school. We are looking at the ECD. We are recommending that ECD centers be made autonomous by linking them from the managements of primary school heads and their boards of management. They should become independent. They should operate on their own in this system of education that's going to take change. On assessment, on CBC, we are saying that we want to have an examination at grade 6, which is going to be called Kenya Lower Primary School Examination, KLP. And then grade 9, we have an examination called Kenya Upper Primary Examination, which is KUPE. Then for secondary school, we have an examination called Kenya Secondary Examination, that's KSSE. We also propose that currently, because we're looking at the education across the board, so we are saying this, that currently the policy of denying candidates an opportunity to replace those certificates. In Kenya, there's a problem. When a student loses a certificate, replacing becomes a problem. One that will be put in place, there should be a policy that when a student loses a certificate, it's his right, human right, he should get his certificate without complications. We are looking at NEC. We are saying that the NEC Act should be amended so that there should be a board a kind of a tribal board known as the National Examination Appeals Board, where tackles or which can tackle issues of exams. If it's an appeal, there's what that board must be established. Again, about NEC, we are saying that the NEC Act should be amended also to allow candidates who commit offenses in schools to be suspended for a period of not exceeding 6 months, and thereafter be allowed to come back and sit for national examinations. We are also recommending that there's an issue of overcharging of school fees from what has been gazetted. So we are saying issues of overcharging of the gazetted school fees and charging of extra levies at both primary and secondary school levels, that's a criminal offense. And then we're recommending that anybody doing that should face the law. Still on the same, we are saying we should have a policy that students should not be sent home for school fees. You find that sometimes principals send students at home for school fees at 4 o'clock in the evening, and a student is coming from Kitui and he's in Kakamega, and this is a female student. How does this student travel at home at night to go and look for school fees? So in this case, we are recommending that in the case of school fees, parents should be called at school, be advised, and the parents should agree with the school management on how the fees can be paid. Another section, we are saying this, section 21H, 52, 55.2, and 553 of the Basic Education Act be amended to change from the term Parents Teachers Association, that's PTAs, to Parents Association. That should be clearly put in the report of the task force. Another point we are looking at is the one of capitation. Again, we are saying that we propose that the government to create a vote head under the free primary school education capitation grant to cater for the training of parents that represent the education on grassroots levels in under CBs and all that, so that they can also be strengthened as stakeholders. So there should be a capitation that can support the training of the parents. We are proposing that also.
You still have 2 minutes. Sir.
Yes.
Yeah.
We are proposing that we should have a national education fund where 15%, a national education fund is like, when you talk about a foundation, there should be a foundation where money can be put for parents to access bursaries for schools. Should be a common kind of a pool. I've done much about that. It's in the report. We are proposing that the government should introduce virtual learning, which can cover several schools within a locality or a given area. Then, finally, we are saying that as an association, the capitation grants be increased from 22,500 to Kenya shillings 25,000 at secondary school levels, while at primary school levels, they come from 1,450 per child to 1,750. There's a lot I would have talked, but because of time, I stopped.
1,700.
From 1,450 at primary to Kenya shillings 1,750. Primary at secondary school level from 22,500 to Kenya shillings 25,000 per student.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, our
Ladies and
parents.
gentlemen.
You will still get an opportunity. You will still get an opportunity. You need to qualify that 1,700 and something. So maybe you can still do your research and come up with a figure that is realistic and so on. We want to ask also our parents. We want to ask our parents also. Our parents look at also legal issues. Huh? When we appear before us, we wish you can be more exhaustive. Look at all those areas. What does the law say? Areas that requires amendment and so on and so forth. But don't worry, we'll give you time. Yeah. We'll still invite you. So Nahulo, you had requested for 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Session Chair. Our Working Party Chair, Professor Mnabu, and all the audience. I just want to reinforce some of the points that were given here by identifying some areas that were not mentioned. And on CBC, we had overwhelmingly people saying that the junior high school should be domiciled at the primary school level. That is true. But it is also important to know that as we domicile them there, junior high school should also have its character. And so my proposal is that that should be a temporary stopover, that ideally they should have their school. And it would be very ideal if, for example, our sub-county schools, which host over 60% of students in Kenya, could become junior high schools. Sub-county schools are in the sub-counties. They are mostly day schools, and junior high school is supposed to be day. So they'll be very ideal. And many of them will have the laboratories and other facilities, and of course the staff. So this is a proposal that I have. But I want us also to remember that already we have a class 8 that is going to form 1 next year. If you add with grade 6 who are going to grade 7 next year in the secondary school, you'll be saying our secondary schools should take a double intake of about 2.5 million children. We have been struggling to take 1 million children into Form 1. Are we going to manage 2.5 million children? It will be traumatizing to the head teachers. They'll be forced to take so many that they will not have a space. Even the kitchen may be turned into a dormitory. It may be a very big problem. So let us hold them at the primary school where there's already a classroom. There's already a classroom. The one they should have gone to next year as class 7 can hold them as we make arrangements. We just need a bit of time. But there's another category of ignored. When we're going for tea, one of the children who gave a presentation here told me he's in class 7. That means next year he's going to class 8. Supposing he has a brother or sister in grade 6, how will they behave next year? This one will be telling him, I'm in secondary school, although you're older than me, you are in primary school. You can see the trauma we are going to cause our children just by sending their younger siblings to high school. I don't think this country can afford to traumatize our children. Let us not create that kind of problem. Let us leave them in primary school. Now, my other issues have not been mentioned at all today. In the Education Act, we have something called the National Education Board. The National Education Board, which seems to have died. It's not functioning, but it is still in the Education Act. Do we have a process of killing things that are in the Education Act? If it is supposed to die, let us follow that process and bury the National Education Board. Otherwise, let us make it be alive. Secondly, there's also an organ, which to me is a very important organ, called the Education Standards and Quality Assurance Council. Education Standards and Quality Assurance Council. This is a transformation of the Directorate of Quality Assurance and Standards into a council. If we want CBC to succeed, this is the organ that should be strengthened. Unfortunately, it has been systemically and systematically slayed, that this body has very thin skeletal manpower and cannot function to capacity. It cannot function to capacity. Yet, we are talking about quality education. I think I request, Professor, that we insist that this body becomes fully functional, because this is what is going to ensure quality. I know TSC has a quality assurance branch, but you look at the two, there's a very big difference. There's a very big difference. One reason why CBC is not selling well is because CSOs are the ones training people. The CSOs are not even convinced about CBC. They're not convinced. Talk to them and you'll see they don't believe so much in CBC. They are there because there's an allowance. How are they going to market something they don't believe in? Let us have the right people doing this exercise. Very lastly, Mr. Chair, is about university. I just want to say, according to our regulations, anybody scoring C+ qualifies to go for university. Can the government make sure it enables them to pursue university education as it has been doing? Telling them that from next year, C+ will not be taken, I think is a very unfair thing because they have qualified. Most of those people who get C+ is not because they are weak, but because they went through systems that did not enable them to do their best. They did not get their best opportunity. Let us give them this opportunity at university level. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Clap for him. Capture team. And then after capture, I'll give 2 minutes to Rispa. She's a trainer of CPC. Maybe she can make a comment. Then from there, we go to Kesha. Everybody will have an opportunity.
Chairman.
The non-teaching staff, don't worry. We'll give you an opportunity. Reformed Church, don't worry. You'll get a chance. Welcome.
The chair
5 minutes. Just make highlights.
and our facilitator and all protocols of staff. Good afternoon. My name is Francis Kithenji, and I'm here to represent the Kenya Private Schools Association. We have a memorandum which we have already forwarded, and I'll try to be as brief as possible. We have focused on the basic education according to the terms of reference. And in regards to undertaking a summative evaluation of Kenya competency-based curriculum, this is what we recommend, that the assessment and evaluation of learners should be properly monitored so as to bring out the actual objective of the competence-based curriculum. We have also proposing or recommending that as the competency summative evaluations are being done, and even the formative one, which are coming from NEC, you realize at the moment they are being supervised by the teachers. We may more or less call them internal assessments, and it all depends with the interpretation of the individual teachers. So we are recommending that NEC may come up with a way of how to evaluate learners and to ensure that the curriculum support officers have teams that are able to conduct the assessments. I will go to the appropriate structures to implement the competence-based curriculum, because much of what we have said is in our reports. And we want to say that we are of the opinion that the junior secondary school be domiciled within the primary school, and we are proposing that it be referred to as the intermediary school. For those primary schools which are able to host, those who are able to provide standalone junior secondary, they be given that opportunity within the primary schools. In regards to the laws governing the basic education subsector and the proposals, one of the recommendations we are putting forth, and in reference to the TSC Act 2017, is that we allow the Ministry of Education to register teachers at the point of their graduation, and the Teacher Service Commission can be the regulator of the teachers as they disseminate their laws as teachers. We also want to recommend that all laws that are governing education should be amended to have a representation from all the stakeholders, including the private institutions. And suffice to say, Chair, that the private schools, we are complementing the work of the government in offering basic education. Because at times there has been talk as though private sector schools are waiting somewhere to get funding and capitation and money from the government, and is as if we are not doing anything. We are complementing the government in offering education, and that should be factored so that in all the sagas of government, and even we have the representation of the private schools in those particular institutions, including in NEC, KICD, so that at least our input is able to be aired when there are matters relating to examination and assessment and even curriculum developments. There has been a mention about the establishment of Education Standard and Quality Assurance Commission, which was recommended by the Professor Douglas Odhiambo Commission, and we are of the opinion that it should be brought in. Another recommendation in regards to how to contextualize and implementation of key tenets guiding the competence-based approaches, including and not limited to value-based education. I'll leave that for now, but it is in our recommendation. And we want to say that the Kenya Private Schools Association supports the community service learning in the curriculum of the CBC.
In regards to the assessment and examination of framework policy, we want to recommend that Kenya National Examination Council devolves its activities to the sub-counties. Because sometimes we realize when there are issues relating to examination at the sub-county levels, you have to escalate all these matters again to the Kenya National Examination Council headquarters because they have not devolved their services to the sub-counties. And we would also want to have the Kenya National Examination Council. They have now the KIPSEA assessment, which is going to be happening in November, at the end of November, if it is not, the dates are not changed. It has now been transferred from what the learners all along had been preparing for with critical thinking and being able to think critically and be creative. And now they have been boxed into what we are calling the multiple choice exam. And most of these children are confused. So we need to have a framework of assessment that flows and doesn't bring any confusion to the children. As of now, we know that the assessment for KIPSEA is going to be 40%. But if you ask us in our schools, we may not tell you even out of that 60% where we are, what competencies have been discovered in individual learners, so that a school is able to know learner so-and-so is at this area in this competence or what ability they have been discovered for. So Kenya National Examination Council needs to come out clearly in terms of the assessment, the outcome, and the abilities that are being, the learners are achieving.
You have 2 minutes, sir.
2 minutes. Let me try and see. Let me look at the element of the teacher deployment. Kenya Private Schools Association, we are the second largest employer of teachers. And one of the things we suffer is when teachers are being employed by the Teacher Service Commission, and you realize that we keep on losing teachers without any notice. And there needs to be a collaboration in terms of even when the employment is being done, the advertisement, so that the teachers who are transiting from our schools have time to give notice, and even the directors are able to know that they are going to be employing new teachers. And to add on what was said, TSC does not register teachers, even if they are bachelors of education, as much as they had a C, they didn't attain a C+ in Form 4, but they are the same teachers whom we need to be empowering to teach our learners in our schools. Finally, because I have only 2 minutes, we want to recommend for the sharing of resources in institutions of learning, public schools, where private schools don't have certain resources like playgrounds and other resources that they need for learning, and we have them in public schools and even in TVET institution, there needs to be a collaboration, a public-private partnership where those resources can be shared and without costs which are sometimes very prohibitive. Finally, in terms, because we are service providers, you realize that private schools pay a lot of taxes. And sometimes when as we implement the new curriculum, we have a lot of investment that we are doing in our schools. And we would want to propose that the government gives initiative to the private investors in private schools that even as they invest in education, at the same time, the government is able to meet them midway and create incentives in terms of taxes and even relief from some of the taxes that the private schools are supposed to be paying as they continue to do their businesses. We are saying the government should waive double taxation for private investors in education to spur the growth of the sector. The government should make a deliberate intervention to streamline and lower various levies and taxes paid by private investors in education to spur growth of the sector in the spirit of private-public partnership. And the government should consider supporting the growth of private school sector through establishment of a revolving fund that private investors in education will be able to borrow for development at very fair interests.
Thank you, sir.
Much of our recommendation is captured in a memoranda,
and it has been presented to the Presidential Working Committee.
We will really want to ask questions, but we may not do it now.
Yes.
Because we will still invite you.
Okay.
So maybe I will only request you to go for the details, really.
Yes.
There are issues also you have heard from the stakeholders.
Yes.
And they seem to be saying, others are saying, let capitation follow the child. And some are saying, don't give money to private.
You know, that is why I said.
You don't have to answer that now.
Okay.
Yeah.
You give us another opportunity.
Those are some of the issues.
Yes.
We'll invite you.
Thank you.
We'll invite
Thank
you.
you.
Just like Kesha, Kepsha, and so on.
Thank you.
Maybe Bwana Kemei, you can just delay for a minute. We finish with private. Private.
Sir, there's a difference between KIPSA and KEPSA. He now stands in for KEPSA and KIPSA.
I think this is Kenya Private Colleges. Yes. And where is Kenya Private Colleges? I think this is the same. Okay, some 3-4 minutes.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you.
And then Kesha, just be ready. You are the next.
Thank you, moderator. Asante sana, chairman of the task force. My name is Major Retired William Kamunge. I'm a retired soldier, retired fighter pilot, but very patient. I represent the Kenya Private Sector Alliance, TVET subsector. And Kenya Private Sector Alliance is the apex business body in the private sector. That would be the distinction. So, Mr. Chairman, in the TVET sector, like you've heard, we deal with skills development. So when we hear competence-based curriculum, that is music to our ears. So we love it when we deal with competency. Now, the reason why TVET sector is a bit frustrated, and you've heard that before from the county TVET officer and from my previous presenter, there is very, very weak legal and policy framework support for the sector. Number one, prior to 2013, there was no legal framework to support TVET subsector. We used to have the Basic Education Act and the University Act. TVET was being administered under the Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Technology. So wengine wa TVET sector tujipange na sheria zetu. But then when it was need to develop the Act 2013, it came out, but because of the speed at which it was developed, it did not capture a lot of things. It established various bodies like TVET CDAC, the funding body, but then there was a lot of gaps and a lot of role overlap, and that did not solve the technical issues that it was supposed to solve. So now, because of that, and because of the lack of proper framework, institutions did collaborate with the TVET CDAC to develop competence-based curriculum, because there are thousands of technical courses, and we did that very well. And TVET CDAC was also supposed to carry out the assessment and give certification. Unfortunately, this assessment has not been going on very well, and there has been no certification yet. And that led to the cabinet secretary this year to issue a circular in August, removing some of the roles from TVET CDAC, curriculum development from TVET CDAC to KICD. The assessment and certification to be moved from TVET CDAC to NEC. Now, that may be a better solution, but still we need a lot of dialogue because the structures are not set. If you are going back to KICD, do they have the capacity to develop the competence-based curriculum? If the answer is no, do we need to build capacity for them? Likewise for NEC, they're overwhelmed. We need to carry out competence-based assessment and certification. Right now, we have exams that are supposed to be undertaken by NEC. Do we need to build capacity for NEC? The answer is yes. So I will follow up with the previous recommendations by my predecessors. The TVET Act 2013 is not adequately catering for the needs of the TVET sector.
It needs to be revised so that it follows the circular from the CS, so that it covers all his concerns. We recommend that curriculum development for TVET is taken care of by one specific institution, while assessment and certification is carried out by another institution, because these two roles are completely different. We wouldn't like one body to do everything because it creates a bit of a problem there. So this has been recommended before by my predecessors. And only one thing I would like to add is that there should be clear separation of functions, curriculum development, training delivery, and assessment and certification, and all these should not be handled by one institution. Efficient distribution of these functions will create specialized institutions and promote quality and value. The industry, which is the main consumer of the training, should be involved during all the stages of the TVET process. That is occupational standards, curriculum development, training, assessment, as well as industrial attachment. And finally, Mr. Chairman, as a country, we need to take stock and identify the skills that we are short of in the industry. In other words, we need to undertake a national skills gap identification exercise, and this will enable us to identify our training needs and help us focus where to train. If you ask the universities and the training colleges, what courses are you training and what purpose? They would not know, because we have not identified our training needs. There is scant research by the Ministry of Labor to try and identify that, but then it is not coordinated. If that exercise is done at whatever level, involving all the stake players, I'm sure it's going to help us as a nation to focus on our training. Thank you very much,
Thank
Chairman.
you very much, sir. Thank you very
I have
much.
a memo I'm going to
Can we
read.
appreciate him, please? Let's appreciate him. Karanja, please. Then Kesha, you are the next.
Thank you. Chair, I just want about 4 minutes.
Only 4.
And I'll divide them between myself and the Dean School of Education. You remember, we have not talked about national...
No, there's no problem. 4 minutes.
Okay. Okay. I'm standing here in the capacity as the president of Kenya University Quality Assurance Network. This is a network that consolidate all quality assurance officer in all the universities in Kenya. And it's a body that was established in 2014. And right now it caters for all practitioners. We have over 200 members across the universities in Kenya. And we are actually complementing the roles of the Ministry of Education and the Commission of University Education. Our objective is to promote awareness on the relevance of quality assurance in university education. We share expertise and best practices on quality assurance in university education among quality assurance practitioners, build capacity of quality assurance practitioners through training, mobilize resources for quality assurance activities, conduct research and disseminate information on quality assurance, and promote a culture of quality among university stakeholders. We have actually observed that the commissions that were formed before were formed for a purpose. And therefore, this process that we are going through needs to be actually taken through with a lot of keenness. We have some recommendation, and I'll just, because of time, I want to just go what we have proposed on university education. Number one, on governance framework for university education, we are saying that we need to ensure regional and professional diversity in appointment of university council members. Another point is that we cap the age of council members to a minimum of 40 years. Another recommendation is that at least 2 members of university council must have worked in a university at management level. Another recommendation is that at the point of their appointment, members of council should not be staff of another university, since this amounts to conflict of interest. On recruitment of vice chancellor, deputy vice chancellors, and principals of constituency colleges and deputy principal, we are recommending that the recruitment of vice chancellor, deputy vice chancellor, principals of constituency colleges, and deputy principals of constituency colleges should be done by the university council. We are also saying that limit the number of deputy vice chancellors and deputy principals of constituency college to a maximum of 3 for each category. We also noticed that when the act is reviewed, the university regulation and standards, guidelines are not reviewed. So we are recommending that whenever the act, the University Act is reviewed, the same should be done to the university regulation and standards and guidelines. The publication of university statutes in the Gazette notice as per the provision of the university needs to be done, because we have seen this is not done, and we are asking that it's done. We're also recommending that all funding from the government to TVET institution and the university should be consolidated. Another recommendation about government sponsorship to curb high dropout, we are recommending that government sponsorship should be based on the principle of equity rather than equality. It should be pegged on the students' socioeconomic status, whereby students from poor families should be given more funding than those from financially stable background. We have other recommendations there, but I want to go to CBC and how it impacts on the university. We are asking that higher education stakeholder to be engaged in the drawing up of framework that will guide aligning of CBC to the university. As we speak, there are a number of universities that have aligned to the CBC, but we are asking ourselves, which framework did they use? We are also saying that university to align themselves to the specific pathways as envisaged in the CBC. And we are also saying that university should revise their curriculum to align themselves to CBC.
Your time is up, sir.
Admission, this is very important.
Yes.
On admission requirement, we are saying that provide a way of interpreting grading criteria for admission. Like now we have heard that there is confusion. They are going from one way of grading and all that. So we are wondering, when now KUPS is admitting at the university, how will they use meets expectation, exceeding expectation to place the student? So we are advising that these criteria reviewed so that it is in line with other best practices of placing the students to the university. But the provision of section 5(1)(f) of the University Act, number 42 of 2012, the Commission of University Education should develop policy for criteria and requirement of admission to university under CBC framework. CBC dictates choosing of pathways, and so therefore there should be a criteria in line with this. Recognition of prior learning should be done in such a way as not to equate diploma qualification with the degree qualification. Recognition should only be in appointment to a job and not in admission to the degree program, since the weight of the two levels are not similar. So we are also talking about that. But I want to go now to the last one.
You had requested for 4 minutes, sir.
Yes. Okay, the last one is operationalization of the National Open University of Kenya, which the Dean of the Faculty of Education will talk about. We are saying that the National Open University of Kenya is a unique university. It's not like the normal university that we have here. We have heard here that we need to borrow from Open University of Israel. But if you look at them, they have an open policy of admission. This open policy is not in our current universities that we have. They are all regulated by the Commission of University Education. Therefore, we are recommending review the act so that it can allow the operationalization of the open university. Secondly, review the Q guidelines to enhance the operationalization of open university. Let me give 2 minutes to the Dean to talk about the second.
No, you had asked for 4 minutes. Okay, Dean. Strictly 2 minutes.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
thank you
But
so much.
We'll still give you time. You don't have to worry.
Okay, thank
We'll
you
still
so much.
invite you to come and really
Session
respond
Chair
to this.
and
Yeah.
the Chair of the Presidential Working Party.
Welcome.
Allow me just to pick up from the point where Professor Nyonje stopped. And the point I want to pick up from is on the appointment of council members. My submission and that of the faculty is that the people that are appointed as council members must be people that will have worked in that space called a university, and people that are able to add value to that kind of a place. People with psychological comfort, psychological in the sense that when they are operating there, they are not feeling inferior, they're not feeling like they don't belong there. That is our first point. Our second point has to do with the Ministry of Education and its sagas. I have noted that there are overlaps between various sagas of the Ministry of Education. At one point, you realize that the Teacher Service Commission is a commission, but my understanding, and I'm a student of management, tells me that we do not have a ministry called a commission. What is important for me is that we should remove all overlaps so that if there is quality assurance here and there is quality assurance in the ministry, then we ensure that we consolidate the staff, but we ensure there are clear reporting relationships. My point number 3 is that has to do with our utilization of our national human capital. Quite often we see a lot of things happening, and there are very skilled people within our universities across the board, whether University of Nairobi or whichever it is. And things happen, and you see people doing a lot of guesswork, but these people get kind of ignored. And we are here, available, willing to serve, but we are not involved. I think it is a proposal. Point number 4 is that the people we refer to as members of boards of management, people who are in, county education boards, they ought not just to be representatives of certain sections. I know, of course, that is a provision of the law, but we must insist that whichever segment of the society we are choosing from, they give us the best, so that we do not have just passengers who just come, sorry to say, just doors and see a meeting over and they sign and they go away. We need people who make or who add value to whichever institution they are being given to serve. And the next point.
I hope that is the last one.
The last one has to do with acceleration.
You had actually promised that you are going to focus on open learning, but
Yes.
you have gone to other issues. But
Okay.
all the same, it is very important.
Let me not deal with
Welcome.
open learning
Welcome.
for now, because I think we have a submission.
No problem. Welcome.
Okay,
Kesha.
acceleration.
Kesha, you are the next.
My take is that we should consider as a country modalities of acceleration.
Just wait, madam. Just wait, please.
Modalities of
I'll give
acceleration.
you an opportunity. Don't worry.
Yes.
Kesha.
Modalities of acceleration of learners from one grade to the other, considering all other variables, because we don't want to commit a person who can learn the content within 6 months, and you just insist that they must take exactly 1 year. I think there should be modalities of ensuring that first learners are progressed, taken to cognizance or other things. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you very
I
much.
appreciate
Thank you very much. I hope you have submission. You have something written, you can, please. Okay, Kesha, I don't know whether Kepsha is here. Kepsha? Kepsha? They left, but they'll get an opportunity later. There's no problem. So Kesha, then SME ready, adult education be ready, non-teaching staff. Then we have Reformed Church. We still have a few people. Welcome.
Thank you, the chairman of the Presidential Working Party on the Education Reform, the members of the task force, the stakeholders present here today, the students, the members of the university, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. At this point in time, I can say most of the issues that we would have voiced earlier on in the day have already been brought about, and I think at some point very clearly. But I will begin with the CBC curriculum and where junior secondary ought to be domiciled. I want to agree with most of the presentations that were here that grade 7 and 8 be domiciled at the primary level. There are quite a number of reasons why this should be done. One among them is that at the institution level, at the secondary, we are not adequately prepared in terms of resources to receive these learners. Number two, the teachers in the secondary sector have not been adequately trained. The assumption that since these teachers were trained in the university with pedagogy, they will only transition into CBC because of the designs might make the system dysfunctional. So we recommend that the training of staff, or rather the teachers in the primary sector, be undertaken at all levels, just like it has been done in the lower primary, grade 1, 2, up to 6. For most of us who have interacted with the teachers and the learners at those levels, you discover that the learner will say, we are happy with the CPC. The teachers at those grades will say they would not want to continue with the 844 system. They're already attuned to that system. However, the training of teachers at secondary level has not taken off, and that would impact negatively with the transition to grade 7. The other aspect is about the provision of resources, both infrastructure, the learning and tuition facilities, the ICT component that is largely and heavily loaded with this CBC curriculum is not available currently at the secondary level. We do recommend that the same facilities be provided adequately at the grade 7 and 8. One of the dangers of an education system like this is where these pioneer children who are starting grade 7 and 8 will transition and fail to go through the curriculum as it was envisioned. And we recommend that the aspects of resourcing the primary schools of grade 7 and 8 be done at the earliest next year. When you look at the designs, and I would begin with where Professor Kalai has mentioned that the ministry and the Teachers Service Commission need to really understand, or rather provide a direction on how assessment is going to be done. And I would like to speak about the current, the rubrics suggest that, a learner is going to be assessed on the basis of meeting expectations, approaching expectations, below expectations. How do you measure this? There has to be an element of measurement at every stage. And even as the universities presented, they still also reckon that they have to admit students to university at some stage through the various pathways. So when you are identifying pathways for these children, the teachers should still have a tool of measurement of the level of success for each of the learners to therefore determine that this learner exceeded the level of expectation to transition for medicine, to the transition for this kind of training at the university or at the tertiary level. We also feel that while the assessment of grade 6 is ongoing, the Kenya National Examination Council may not have been adequately prepared for this particular assessment. And this is also a very critical level, Chairman, because the next transition is a few months from now. Yet the Kenya National Examination Council seems to be ready to administer a multiple choice examination, while from grade 1 up to grade 6, these learners were not subjected to that kind of assessment. The assessment was totally different. We feel therefore that that would impact negatively in other forms of assessment that would then again bring back the system where the education system was more focused on, it was more exam oriented, rather than skills and values that we envision within the CPC. Therefore, we recommend that the Kenya National Examination Council should then follow what the designs, or rather the curriculum envisioned at this level of transition. Allow me to make another suggestion on categorization of schools. I know there are quite a number of other proposals we have made, but on the issue of categorization of schools, we feel with CPC, you do not need to categorize now schools, because it gives the perception that education is going to be cheaper in a certain category of a school, a sub-county school, an extra county school, a national school. Yet that perception is not really there. What you need to do is to give equal opportunity to all the learners by providing equal resources to those particular schools. If it's the teaching staff, you provide the same. Finally, so that we will share, I think we've already shared with the task force, the overlaps in terms of administration and HR management in terms of the Ministry of Education, as well as the Teacher Service Commission. We feel for quite a while now, there has been a conflict that seems to exist between the Teacher Service Commission and the ministry. While the ministry is the parent ministry, the Teacher Service Commission is a commission. However, there are overlaps in terms of management of teachers and also administration of operation within schools. We recommend that, as somebody has suggested, the ministry registers teachers, while the Teacher Service Commission manages the HR process, so that then the professional conduct of teachers is managed by the Teacher Service Commission, but then the ministry onboards the teachers. This conflict has reached a situation whereby even at the level where we are now, the teachers are being trained for CBC, the delivery as well as the availability of teachers for in-service is impacted by the operations of the ministry and that of the Teacher Service Commission. As it stands now, teachers may not have room to be trained during a working day. That means either the ministry provides for a study leave of some sort during the holidays, or expand room during school holidays, so that then the Teacher Service Commission have room to then train the teachers. And in a situation like we are in now, where CBC is going to grade 7 next year, and you require to train those teachers, then during the examination period, the teachers are engaged with the invigilation and supervision of exam. When are you going to train the teachers? It may require that then the calendar, the school calendar, be adjusted accordingly, so that then teachers have time to be taken through the training, which will comprehensively help the learners to transition. I would not want to go further. However, on behalf of Nairobi County, Nairobi has a unique setting in terms of schooling and also access and retention. When you look at the number of private schools, both in secondary level and also primary level, there are more primary schools, private primary schools than public primary schools. There are also more, almost 3 times secondary schools, private secondary schools compared to the public secondary schools. In other words, the private sector within cities or urban centers is largely in the hands of private sector. If you're going to fund education through capitation, we recommend that every child be given capitation, irrespective of the school where they will attend, whether it is public or private. Number 2, in terms of infrastructure, public schools are clearly disadvantaged in many ways in terms of service provision, like water, sewerage system, access in terms of road, and even travel and transport for children. These are disadvantaged because their settings, majority of the schools are within the informal settlements, where again, you have the largest number of children who are vulnerable. And if you do not provide an environment that can give equity for access and also retention, then you make a majority of these children drop out of school. We therefore recommend that within urban centers, there be an affirmative action of funding in terms of capitation and also in terms of resource allocation. Finally, fees. Secondary education is not quite cheap. There's been mention about gazetted fees. In order to meet the inflation costs that have occurred over time, we recommend that whenever inflation rates, or rather, whenever we are giving fees guidelines, there must be an assessment tool. For instance, currently, the shilling goes for over 120 shillings for $1. At the time the fees were set out, the dollar was going for about 90 shillings. That rate of inflation impacts more negatively among communities within urban centers. We do recommend that when the time comes, we have given a proposal on the amount of fees to be charged on the various voteds in our fees structures. And we hope that this review that was done sometimes about over 15 years ago by Kilemi Mwiria and the team be also relooked by the task force so that there is a review of the amount of capitation for per student, as well as the amount of fees to be charged in day schools, as well as boarding schools. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A big clap for him. I still have about four people to present, but we will not leave anybody. We will have to wait until everybody has presented. So we have reformed the charge, Peter Kamau, 2 minutes. That is what you have requested. And then we have Bwana Kemei, utangojea kidogo because the Non-Teaching Staff Association would wish that you listen to their presentation. Then the adult education, also 2 minutes. That was their request. SME, yes. Which group is that, madam? Bri? Okay. Peter, you requested for 2 minutes. Okay. Then adult education, 2 minutes.
All right.
Then Trisa also requested for 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. My name is Peter Kamau. I'm a teacher,
just a few minutes.
Researcher, and author who's here to speak particularly about this child, the learner that we have in school today. It has come to our notice, and everyone of you know, that today we have a different kind of learner than we had years before. We have a learner appearing in school, yes, who's coming from very, very dysfunctional families. And these children are facing a lot of challenges. Okay. I'm here to bring their plight to the fore It is those children that we want to help because they are having a problem. Some of them are inhibited in whatever they try to do. Research has shown that some families which are dysfunctional are creating children who are having really difficult time in school. We have here, for example, murder in the family. This is something that is going on today, every day, every single day. Here, we have a child who's crying out, "My father is my illicit husband." Here, we have children who are being impregnated within the family setting, teen pregnancy and HIV infection. These are the children that we are trying to help. We want the school system and the teachers and all those who are involved in educating these children to understand these children because they have a particular problem which many people do not want to appreciate and or do not want to learn about. The other time, there are a few, I think it's last year, when we had these 2 prison inmates escape from prison. The whole country was in chaos, wondering what is going to happen to us. These are terrorists who have escaped from custody. Now, when we did a small background research on these 2 children, you come to one conclusion. There is a problem in the family. There is a very serious problem in the family, which cannot be ignored by the teachers. Because some of these children express their heart, their feelings, and they express themselves to the teachers. There's a problem there. Here, those 2 young men, we find that 2 of the terror convicts were disowned by their fathers. Their fathers disowned these children. And here we have the mother saying, how my son became a terrorist. It is important for all stakeholders to take into account the evolved family unit that is operational now. This has not been there in many years. We never used to have school arsones and school indiscipline in the last 20, 30 years. But today, we have children who are burning. Then without any problem, they will torch a school. They will torch, they will kill, they're even going to kill each other.
So your proposal?
My proposal is this. All educational stakeholders, the school, the teachers, and everybody must be taught about this new student, this new learner who's appearing in school. Because if we do not understand that student, we are going to have problems.
So you are talking about the training should include?
Exactly, it should be included. They should understand what exactly, because we have, let me just read this,
okay. I'm getting it.
For a moment, just one moment. Studies from various parts of the world show that children brought up by single parents have considerably lower prospects in life compared to their counterparts who are raised by both parents. They are also more inclined to mental health disorders and even crime. Now, if we have the end in sight about what we are training these children to be in future, then we should take into account the backgrounds from which they come from and the challenges that force them to do what everybody knows now. We have so many suicide cases taking place among our learners. They are killing themselves. They're into drugs and alcohol without shame and without caring because there's something they're trying to deal with and society is not able to address that issue. So they come out and they are drinking and some of them are even being video shooting themselves and saying, look, we are taking off our clothes and we are drinking ourselves crazy.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much.
The point is home. Adult education? Two minutes, and then Teresa, 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. First and foremost, thank you, Chairman. I would like to register my disappointment that when you visited the institutions, you never visited any adult education learners. And I want to observe that the remnants belong to adult education, the illiterate parents, the dropouts, and the hard to reach, they belong to us. And therefore, we need the following recommendations. First, before you close the whole process, you visit our centers within Nairobi. We shall be available. Number two, we want to have a curriculum that is suitable for adult education because it was last done in 1979 and we've been using the formal education to carry out things that are not working out so well. So we want our own curriculum, and when it is done, we want to be involved, and we make sure that it is piloted, tested, and done well. Number two, we want the government to fund adult education at 3% of the Ministry of Education budget. Number three, we want to create a sustainable literate environment by having at least community learning resource centers, which are going to take care of these issues that are coming up. And this one should be in at least 4 public primary schools. We have a community learning resource center, which is a complex where parents and the community will come and discuss issues and get solutions and learn. And that if that is done, the CBC will be even given to parents the way it is supposed to be handled, and you won't have any issues. We also want you to carry out an urgent literacy survey in the country and establish the exact literacy rate of this country. And then from there, we have a replacement of the exited SE staff at all levels and employ even those who provide the quality of education for adult learners. We also want that when you're changing the system of education, we want you to put into consideration that the employers in this country require certain skills and require certain papers for career progression. So we must bring them on board and come up with what are we going to use to have people progress in their careers. CBC is good, but let us agree. Why didn't we follow? Because research shows how a curriculum should be implemented. Why didn't we follow those steps? We would not be going through this if we followed the steps. So what we are saying is, can we just also borrow from the 844 and the 763 and come up with something specifically for Kenya, something that every Kenyan parent will be able to handle and have our learners at least compete outside there correctly. And finally, we are saying that the one classroom that was constructed in high school will not be, it will not accommodate the other learners that will be coming. Remember, you have the class 8 going to Form 1, where this class grade 7 going to let them stay in the primary schools. I'll not add much because I put this in writing plus many, many more things, and they have been sent to your email. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Adult education, wonderful proposals. So Teresa, 2 minutes, and then SNE, prepare. Okay. Then we come to non-teaching staff.
All protocols observed. Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Rispa Teresa, a CBC teacher trainer and also a classroom teacher. And the main recommendation that I have here as a CBC trainer is on the training mode. As the CBC champions, we are always trained online. And this one comes subsequently after the CSOs have been trained and the other people above us. So I was recommending if the ministry can train us one-on-one at a go so that we grasp all the information that is needed before we transfer it to the rest of the teachers. Because you realize as you go ahead to train the teachers, there's some information that has been distorted, which by the time it reaches the teacher who is handling the CBC child, the information doesn't come out very clearly. Also, on other recommendations on the CBC is a reduction of learning areas in the early years. You realize that these children, they are taking so many learning areas. By learning areas, I mean the subjects, which are too much for that age. Another thing is reduction of activity in certain learning areas, especially the physical education and the Christian religious education, in order to allow the room for innovation and creativity of learners. Languages like English and Kiswahili activities to be reduced in order for the learners to understand the basic concepts of the particular language. During teaching of these subjects, you realize that there are so many activities that the child is supposed to grasp within 35 minutes, which is not very possible. Another one, integrity and standards to be maintained while uploading the assessment of results. It is the teachers who download the exams, they give them to the learners, and then they also upload them to the portal. So you can imagine as a teacher, if I've examined my learners and this is going to account for the 40% of their total exams, will I really want them to fail, yet I have all the capabilities of giving them more marks? So I find integrity standards being an issue in this case. Then the school-based assessment to be structural, unlike the multiple choice one, and let it be at 60-40 and not 40-60 as it is currently. Then the Kenya National Examination Council should take the responsibility of uploading and verifying these results. If they can be at the sub-county levels, it would be easier for them so that they can address all the issues that are concerning the exams. This one has been talked about, the retention of junior secondary schools, grade 7 in primary schools. But I was of the opinion that once the 844 has been phased out, what happens? Do we still retain them in the primary schools, or we have to get different schools specifically for the JSS? Another one, specialization of teachers at all levels in the learning areas that they take. You find a teacher teaching PE or even creative arts and they don't really know much about the subject, so they struggle so much to understand it, and this also has an impact for the learner. We also have upgrading of the diploma, the higher diploma, and the graduate teachers to teach in grade 7 to 9. We also have employment of more teachers in primary school at the ratio of 1 teacher per 45 students, unlike the current one that we have 1 to 90 or even more teachers, more pupils rather. Then the second last one, equipment of the school with enough resources. This one somebody had already talked about. Most schools don't have electricity. We can work with the solar systems. We can have more computers being brought, laboratories coming up so that the lessons are effective here. And the last one, extra tuition blocks to be constructed in order to cater for the rising number of the learners. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Trista. That is great. Thank you very much. A big clap for her. SME, welcome. And then the non-teaching staff, you prepare.
Chairman, members of the Working Party, and members here present, good afternoon. I stand here, my name is Cosma Gatere. I stand here on behalf of the Association of Parents for Children for students with special needs. This brings together a group of professionals from a wide variety of professions. It brings together people who are experts in this area and campaigners for persons and children with special needs and disability. It includes academics, it includes people who have worked in this country and abroad. So I'm going to be addressing, as has been requested by the moderator, and also as per your TORs, quite a broad raft of issues, and making specific recommendations, which I hope will be taken into account. Our first recommendation, Mr. Chairman, talks about early identification, categorization of learners with special needs, and providing what we call a USNID, or unique special needs identification. Early identification. It is imperative, Mr. Chairman, that students on admission in their first day in school, even if that is in ECD, get identified as a child with special needs, so that the necessary accommodations are made and they immediately start to have early intervention so as to mitigate the effects of that disability and optimize their life chances. With early identification, it is also important that they are accurately and quickly categorized. What do I mean here? Categorization of these students does not only mean in the obvious and traditional ways in which we've been categorizing learners with disability, the physically impaired, the hearing impaired, and the visually impaired, but it means also those with quote unquote invisible disabilities. This includes those with emotional and learning disabilities. I'm talking here about people, learners, and there are many of them in our schools today who have ADHD, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. Not visible to the naked eye, but these people are unable to focus and concentrate. How are they going to absorb information? How are they going to pass exams? It includes children with dyslexia. They scramble, in their minds, they scramble the letters. So they see a B as a P, they see a T as an L, they don't understand. It includes students with dysgraphia. The numbers get jumbled up in their minds. They are going to fail their maths exams. So categorization should not only be in those traditional areas, it should include these emotional, behavioral, what you call sensorial disabilities, and adequate accommodations should be made. It should also include learners with intellectual disability or what we call cognitive impairment, so accommodations can be made. We propose, Mr. Chairman, that learners, when they come into school, should be issued with a USNID. That's a unique special needs ID. This is a number, and it is enabled through a smart card, which bears all the information about this child. What is their categorization? Which school? What accommodations have been made? What assessments they have done? What is the capitation they're receiving? How are they progressing? This is going to cure a major problem we have in our schools today, is that there is no data at county level, sub-county level, even at national level. There was a report the other day in the 2018 by the Ministry of Education. They said lack of data for learners with disability is the major impediment, even in providing services. You cannot provide services, Mr. Chairman, if you do not have basic data. This USNID will not only take them through transition through primary, secondary, and even tertiary, but it also be used as they mature into adulthood, and then start getting social protection services and other benefits as adults. We should remember, Mr. Chairman, that we may call our children with special needs, learners with special needs. We should keep in mind, there is no special world we're going to ship them out to. They're going to live in this world. It is up to us to make the necessary accommodations to make them comfortable, not the other way around. So we need to get data and make the necessary accommodations. Secondly, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to recommend that we do a lot to improve accessibility. On this point of accessibility, there are two dimensions. I'm talking here about accessibility from home to school for the many and the largest proportion of our learners who are day scholars, and accessibility within the school-built environments. Accessibility from home to school sometimes requires learners with disability putting their lives at risk simply because they're crossing highways that there's no provision for motorized transport. There's no ramps. There's nothing that they can do to actually cross to their school, which is on the other side. There's a very unfortunate incident just not too long ago here along Mombasa Road, where a rugby player, somebody who was actually trying out for the Kenya national rugby team, was unable to cross the road. This is somebody who can outrun any of us here. They learn how to sidestep. You know how good a rugby team we've got. He is unable to go, and he got hit and was killed when crossing the road. A rugby player. If a rugby player cannot cross the road to get to his office, how much less a child with disability? How much less a child with intellectual disability? Mr. Chairman, I'm proposing that the task force, working cross-functionally with other departments of government, ensures accessibility. These, my friends, are basic violations of the Persons with Disability Act, initially proposed in 2003 and as amended in 2020. We must obey our written law. Secondly, within school-built environments, we must ensure that accommodations are made for learners with special disability. What I mean, wide corridors to allow for movement of wheelchairs, disability accessible toilets, braille, assistive devices for those who need them, desks that are not too high or too low. So these are the accommodations that need to be made. Next, Mr. Chairman, I'm recommending that we actually address the question of curriculum reform. That curriculum reform, testing and certification actually be addressed, because the curricula that needs to be adapted for learners with special disability, for special needs, is seriously wanting. We need adapted curricula. We need adapted testing at all stages of their schooling, and we need adapted certification that is recognized wherever they go. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to also recommend something on the whole question of monitoring and evaluation. Monitoring and evaluation of these provisions of the law is imperative. This needs to happen, and it needs to be done and enforced very, very effectively, because there's open disregard of the provisions in the Basic Education Act, in the Children Act, on the Persons with Disability Act. Basic and blatant disregard with no consequences either to schools or to institutions. Let us enforce the law and put in place these provisions. I'd like to make a specific recommendation on a legal action plan and a legal legislative agenda I'd like to propose to this task force. Mr. Chairman, the single most revolutionary, single most transformative action the task force can take to change legislation is to pass into law and strengthen the Special Needs Education Bill proposed at the Senate by Senators Gertrude Musuruve and Senator Margaret Kamar. Strengthen it by bringing in, number one, good aspects from the Children's Act, from the Persons with Disability Act as amended, from the Basic Education Act, and strengthen it so that you've got one legislation that caters to that. Secondly, Mr. Chairman, I'm recommending specifically that your task force revisits the COECH Commission. The COECH Commission, and it is tragic, Mr. Chairman, that this country has a tradition of appointing task forces who make very progressive recommendations that are ignored and just gather dust. These are the specific amendments I'd want your task force to include, all from the COECH Commission. And these are the amendments that you can make to this Special Needs Education Bill before it's enacted into law. Number one, that commission recommended the establishment of a Special Education Implementation and Advisory Council to advise the Cabinet Secretary, but also to implement it will then be the implementing arm for this Special Needs Education Act. Secondly, to also implement as proposed in that task force, to propose the creation of a Special Education Trust Fund, which is a segregated fund exclusively to fund the very high costs of special education in this country. And this can be contributed to through statutory funding. You can do a national annual call, donor pledging conference. There are many ways to fund it, which we're going to give in our recommended in our recommendations. Thirdly, COECH Commission recommended a special education tribunal. Parents whose children get kicked out of school for no other reason than they have a disability. My child has been kicked out twice for no crime other than having a disability. There's nowhere to go to. This tribunal will address that manifest injustice. And fourthly, the task force, the commission, and I'm recommending you also to make this recommendation as an amendment to the Act, that this implementation advisory board should do an annual state of special needs education report presented to the Cabinet Secretary and publicly disclosed, showing the status, the gaps, and also any other provisions that needs to happen. Mr. Chairman, just as I conclude, there are several other things we're going to put in our written submissions, which we're going to put forward to you. But I'd recommend that actually this Special Needs Education Act needs to be a separate bill, which is separate from a Persons with Disability Act, because this is following global best practice. In America, they had the Americans with Disability Act. They still found it was a very blunt instrument to address the very pointed, specific needs of persons with learners with disability. They then developed and passed into law the Individuals with a Disability Education Act, specifically a very sharp instrument to address issues of special needs education. The Special Needs Education Act will be Kenya's answers to the America idea. And I think, Mr. Chairman, by the way, I can tell you this, that if we include these amendments, even some of these amendments are not even included in that idea. This will put us globally at the gold standard, and it will do a lot to improve the welfare of our learners with disability. Mr. Chairman, just let me make just a final concluding comments. I think we need to, as I'll be putting in our recommendations, that this training is for a need, and the hope is that our children, as they grow, they become one day adults. If they have the right certification, they then get integrated into society. It is because of this education that they'll have got through special needs education that they'll be able then to take advantage of these other opportunities as adults. So we should also propose that as the Constitution and the Special Needs Amended Act recommends that 5% of jobs be segregated, be ring-fenced for persons with disability, that is enforced. We want to see 5% of the Hustler Fund ring-fenced for persons with disability, 5% of the job opportunities in the low-income housing ring-fenced for persons with disability. We want to see all this happening, but it is going to be pointless unless there is education of these people as they grow. And Mr. Chairman, a final example I can just give. This is just a quick anecdote, which just shows, demonstrates what I'm saying. There is no disability without ability. You cannot spell disability without spelling first ability. And what these people want is access and opportunity. Mwangi and Michael were friends in the 1960s in central Kenya. Mwangi was born deaf, and he was stuttering and stammering and never went far in life. Michael was born well, bright the child in school. Unfortunately, at the age of 9, he got meningitis and became sick. He was unable to hear. He lost his sense of hearing. His life chances were actually then doomed. Fortunately, due to some divine intervention, some missionaries came, found him, and took him to high school in the US. He went to his degree, bachelor's, master's, and PhD level at Vanderbilt in the US. Michael then came back to Kenya. He was the first Kenyan PhD who was hearing impaired. He came back, worked at Kise, and actually rose to the level of deputy director there. Michael then became the first professor in this country, deaf, who was hired to teach and teach using sign. The university, or Moi University, was the university that hired at their own cost a deaf sign language interpreter. So he would sign his lecture, the interpreter would voice to the students. If the students had a question, they would voice to the interpreter then signed to Michael. And Michael would then teach. Michael then actually got a transfer to this university and became a professor here. He's actually lectured even in this hall. It is because of the opportunity that he had and because of certification, he is now able to do that. Every time he goes back to the village, he still meets Mwangi, whose life chances have never gone beyond that.
Thank you very much.
Let us therefore, my friends, create more Michaels and less Mwangis. We need to give our children with disability opportunity and focus on their ability, not their disability.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah. That is very inspiring. I hope, Karanja, you got get that. That is very important.
I'm also.
I hope this is none.
It's also a Sani.
Ah.
Yeah, I'm a father. I'm David Karani, a father to.
So non-teaching
with autism.
Ready after this.
And
then Professor.
Talking after him.
Just a minute, sir. Professor Mutinga. Yeah, we'll give you your 2 minutes. Okay.
I think he has mentioned almost everything, but there's one thing I want to actually mention, and that is about the talented, the gifted and talented. And I also noted, you'll excuse me, but I noted this forum has no interpreter. I think it's something next time you can organize for our people with hearing impairments to actually also be part of this.
Sure.
Yeah, so I wanted to mention just something very small about the gifted and talented. We have children with disability, but they are gifted and talented. Some are very good in computing, some are very good in mathematics, but they get to a point where they don't get to proceed. They don't go so far, because you find maybe for them to go so far, they require a lot. Maybe they need to be good in mathematics and everything, but you may find there's a child who's only talented. Maybe, let's say coding. There's some who are very good in coding. There's some who are very good in mathematics and everything. So in terms of now examining these children, can we get NEC to come up with a way? I would wish to see professors at the age of 18 or 20, people who've done well, somebody who can actually go ahead and do mathematics, purely mathematics, and go to the highest level, or computing or those kind of things. So mine was just in terms of those gifted and talented. Where are they left? Because you find if you tell them to follow the CBC, some of them may be stuck somewhere. And you find if we maybe have an examination for the gifted and talented. One of the boys from Lenana actually mentioned that there are students who are teaching teachers. It's not that the teachers are lazy, but because the students are way ahead. You may find and our country is losing those kind of people because you find other countries are taking advantage of those gifted and talented. They are the ones who are actually leading the researches and doing everything. Because you can imagine if somebody can be able to actually get into because the solution Daktari was offering is extending the time limit for professors. So if you can have somebody coming in at the age of 30 already doing it all, he'll actually be able to put his time to actually research. So actually we need to do that. We need to actually see how we can be able to help these gifted and talented, especially in the academics area, because they're feeling, some of them, they are in high school, but actually they left. They cleared high school a long time ago. Their thinking is way ahead. They're out there, but they're just waiting for examination because NEC has those limitations that you have to do a certain exam at a certain time. So can you be able to do that? Kindly.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. A big clap for him. The non-teaching staff. Professor, after this, they have 5 minutes and then we give you 2 minutes. Then we finish with complementary schools. Okay, welcome. 5 minutes.
Yes, through the chair. Thank you so much for the opportunity. My name is Alexander Mudiani. I am the administrator of the Kenya Union of Kenya Union of Secondary Schools non-teaching staff, which is a new union since 2017. And I'm sure some of the principals in the house are aware of the union. And it is a golden opportunity that we have gotten to present, even if it's in point form, just one sentence, that there is a union for non-teaching staff, and it is led by former non-teaching staff, like myself. I've been a BASA for like 10 years in Nairobi. I won't mention the name, but I've worked here. Through the chair, I want to make an appeal because it is a grave, serious issue regarding the non-teaching staff. For your information, from morning up to this moment, there is nobody who has mentioned the word non-teaching staff. And if there is anyone who has mentioned that, it is the university staff, the guy who was here sometimes before lunch. Even in the program here, there is nowhere slotted for non-teaching staff. When you go to those schools, through chair, the first person who you come to encounter is a watchman. Am I right? I don't want the answer. That is a fact. When you go to the reception, the first person who usher you to the senior principal or the principal's office is a secretary or the receptionist. When you go to the kitchen, the person who brings you the sausages and the smokies and the mayai is a cateress or the cook. But then I have to ask you a question. Where are the non-teaching staff in the Ministry of Education, even in this task force? Where are they? Let me shock you. I will shock you. Why am I shocking you? I am sharing you, chair. If I was a sitting BASA in this school and standing here, okay, in this county, and standing here, tomorrow or this week, I would have gotten a letter from the principal or the chair of the board. Why? Because I have gone to expose the non-teaching staff. I am standing here because I am not at any school. I have worked in school up to 2018. I have a friend who is seated there. He's also a former BASA in Nairobi County. They are scared, chair. We are scared. Why are we getting scared? Because we are nowhere recognized in the education sector. Another shock, when you go to the schools, whatever you hear is to the teachers, parents, and the students. And that's all. Nobody else is mentioned. Where are the non-teaching staff? I don't want you to answer me the question, but I want to express my satisfaction and gratitude to some of the very good principals, especially here in Nairobi County. I don't know how to mention names, but they are principals whom when you go to their schools, they have invited us very well. They have listened to us. I once told one principal, please, we are not going to fight. Even if it is a union, we are going as stakeholders for you to share, for us to share with you where the problem is. Like now, we have a very good proposal in our memorandum here. And I wish, Chair, even if you miss all the other points, kindly just pick one. Can we get the non-teaching staff managed by the board, who are managed by the board of management, picked and employed by the Ministry of Education? Why am I saying so? We have sued several principals, and I'm sorry to say this, successfully, here in Nairobi and outside Nairobi. Why are we suing principals or school boards? It is because they don't know what to do with this non-teaching staff. You have a bazaar. I am a CPAK, my minimum qualification is CPAK. And then I was schooling with some guys. And those guys went to another factory at industrial area. I'm telling you, we cannot share a cup of tea, Chair, with them. Because hawa watu wanaendesha magari makubwa. Mimi nimekuja hapa na mguu because I'm a bazaar. Why? Maybe I was showing these formulas to that person who is working as an accountant in that factory. But when it comes to remuneration or payment, my friends, we have given enough headache to these principals. Chair, why are we giving headache to them? It is because they don't have the funds to pay a qualified accountant or bazaar. The funds are in the Ministry of Education. They are at Jogo House. Yes, we were discussing about CBC, but I want to connect my point with the CBC. You cannot teach a child who has been frustrated from the gate by a watchman and get that principle. You cannot teach a child who has eaten food which is contaminated just because the cook is discouraged and he cannot or she cannot cook. My appeal is this as I conclude. I cannot give you whatever we had written here, but I'm making an appeal. Please, there's a union for non-teaching staff. Unfortunately, let me tell you, some of the non-teaching staff who are in school, when they were elected as officials, as we are talking, they have been unlawfully and illegally terminated by the school board of management just by the virtue of they have joined a union. I thank God, nobody can terminate me because I'm not under any school. But kindly, Chair, there were students here. I can see Lenana School. There are teachers. Thank you. Principals. And there are parents. Can I see by show of hands, do we have any working non-teaching staff in this hall? I am sure 120%. Hakuna moja ako hapa. Why? Because they cannot come here. They will be exposed to these principals and the school boards. And tomorrow they will be having letters to go home. Why? They cannot talk. I'm telling you with all due respect, Chair and the committee, task force, and our good principals and some of the parents who are here, kindly consider the non-teaching staff in this country. And I wish we could get just 1 second to address where the problem is. Look at the voted, and this is my last sentence, the voted of personal emoluments. Why is it? It is clamped. And EWC, RMI, nini, zote zimewekwa pamoja. Hata yetu ya personal emoluments inaingia and others. As an accountant, before I do that budget, I must have an estimate of income. Which income am I going to factor when doing a budget for the 17 non-teaching staff in your school, Bwana Principal? I can't do that. In fact, those guys are suffering a lot there. And most of them wanatembea na dawa kwa mfuko because they are stressed up, they are fed up, they can do nothing. They are just there because they have no choice.
Thank you, sir.
Do this. If the time allows, even if not in this sitting, give the Kenya Union of Secondary Schools non-teaching staff. Even if they don't come, I will come with a few of my other officials. The Secretary General cannot even come here. But I'm an administrator. I can come here and express myself. Give us a chance. We will show you step by step where the problem is. And I'm telling you, the education sector, the students, the performance of these schools, if there will be no any blame, it will not be under the non-teaching staff. Why? They will have been paid well. Their personal emoluments voted well, stipulated for budgetary purpose. Their disciplinary procedures well stipulated in the Employment Act, their remuneration, their termination, their dismissal, they will be as per Basic Education Act Regulations 2015.
I think
it is
your
on
point
pen
is
and
very
paper.
clear,
This is
sir.
my last sentence.
Yes.
This is my last sentence. It is on pen and paper. The law is selectively applied when it comes to non-teaching staff. It states clearly non-teaching staff should be employed under such terms and similar to those of the civil service, the public servant scheme of service. Is it so? The answer is automatic, no, because there are no funds. The funds are in the ministry. We can't go and pick them there. The principals are having headache because they are under capitation. If teachers are not paid as per capitation, you find a teacher in Bedimugo High School being paid 50,000, and the same teacher in Lenana School, same qualification, being paid 50,000. But go and see the bazaar in Bedimugo, he's getting 12,000, a bazaar, CPAK, and another bazaar in Lenana School. I'm sorry for mentioning Lenana for a long time. Another bazaar in Lenana School is getting 50, and they have the same qualification. What is that? Even before God, that is frustration.
I think you are very clear.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
I would wish, even if not now, please give me the way to get to the chair or to your committee and give you full information of whatever is happening. And I will appreciate with my team as a Kenya Union of Secondary Schools non-teaching staff.
Pick everything plus his contacts. Huh?
Sorry?
Let him pick that and also your contacts.
My contacts and the other officials, some of them are here.
Thank you.
Again, address the because they are working and they will be sacked immediately.
Thank you very much.
When they appear here. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Tinga. 2 minutes and then 2 minutes, and then we end with Complementary Schools Association of Kenya. Professor Karibu.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, the Chair of the Presidential Working Party. My name is Jane Mutiga, and I stand here to address you on the plight of refugees. Refugees are people who live in this country and in our territory, and people who have difficulty in accessing our structures and particularly our education system, and also accessing information. I speak on behalf of a network. The name of the network is African Higher Education in Emergencies. It's abbreviated as AHIN, and this is a network of members who are universities, 5 universities and 2 NGOs, and whose mandate is to help refugees and displaced peoples to access solutions, including education and information. Now, Mr. Chairman, I have 4 points, and within every point, we suggest a solution. The first point, Mr. Chairman, is credential recognition and equation. I would like to state that refugees are not in a position to probably initiate this form of compliance, where they often are asked to get their credentials and have those approved, and many times they are even required to take them to specific offices. I would like it noted here that refugees are in camps, and it is a security issue. They are not allowed to leave the camps. And so requiring them to present their credentials and have their approvals done is an impossibility for them. They cannot do that. And so what do we propose? We propose that this then be circumvented and a policy be drawn to help that refugees do not have to go through accreditation when they need to access education, and that their credentials can be treated as prior learning. And prior learning can then be used. The method of assessing prior learning can be used to place them in relevant places. Sending refugees to go and get their credentials accredited means that they have to identify themselves, including the countries where they come from, and that exposes them to the risk and the danger from which they fled. Point number 2, Chairman, is that refugees in this country get treated as foreigners. However, in 2021, the Kenyan Parliament passed the Refugee Act. And this allows refugees to be considered at the same level with Kenyan applicants for opportunities in education. We recommend that this act be followed so that, because this is law, that it be followed so that refugees are not discriminated against when it comes to their access to education and to information. Point number 3, Mr. Chairman, I would like to say that through the AU, under the auspices of the AU, what is known as ECTS, which is credit transfer system, or equation credit transfer system, was adopted for African countries. And Kenya is a signatory to that. And so what we ask, Mr. Chairman, is that that be practiced so that refugee credits and qualifications can be treated, as we've said, as prior learning, and what they already have can then be equated to what is acceptable to the entry of the specific educational levels that they seek to access. Number 4, and finally, Mr. Chairman, I would like to address the plight of female refugees. I will call them female refugee applicants or even learners. It is extremely difficult growing up female in Africa. Imagine what it is for an African refugee growing up female and trying to access education as a female refugee. We cannot underscore the difficulties that these females go through. What we would like to do is to draw from Kenya's humanitarian being, from Kenya's humanitarian position, and say that the female refugee should be allowed to benefit from affirmative action, which has been used in different quarters in this country to allow females access education, especially females from disadvantaged backgrounds, to access education. And so we request that female refugees be admitted 1 point less, 1 point below the cut point. So if the criteria is C+, then female refugees be admitted with C. If it is B+ or B-, they be admitted with C+, so that they get access to education and get to benefit from affirmative action. We also recommend that there be flexibility on how they are managed, especially at the camp level. A lot of these females have children, and this is a consequence of the fact that they are refugees. The journey they have walked is unique and can only be understood by one in their category. And so we request for affirmative action and flexibility for the female refugee applicant or student. With that, Mr. Chairman, I thank you, and we will submit a report. We will submit these points and we will submit a report later on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. I really take this opportunity to really appreciate the chance to present to this committee. First, I'm here as a citizen. My name is Kenneth Kibet Samoei. I am an engineer by profession. I'm here, of course, honoring my call to as a citizen to participate. And first, before I go into the issues that I have, I really want to acknowledge that the president for giving us this chance to go through the issues that we ought to have gone through. And I want to say that if he didn't have misgivings about this new system, he will have let the train to carry on until its eventual crash 15 years from now. Then most of you will have been retired, but children of my daughter's age, they will be around 16 years. Who would be wondering what pathway is good for her. That is, I think, the main criticism that I have about the system that we have, early specialization, which someone actually has touched about it initially. So, number two, we noted that when this curriculum was rolled out, needs assessment had not been done by KICD. So we rolled out a curriculum, but then much later we came and tried to find to prepare a needs assessment report, trying to fit into what had been rolled out. I would want to say that the rush to implement it may have been inspired by external influences, as mentioned by that indigenous practitioner. But at this point, we have an opportunity to right those wrongs and to ensure that the curriculum that we have will meet the needs of the country and will not be driven by interests of those who want to make profit out of it. A while back, after CBC had been rolled out, it was reported that some publishers were making a lot of profit. And some time back, I went to the supermarket, I picked a workbook, and I realized that it's not something that you could use. When I reflect to my earlier learning, I remember I used actually my brother's textbooks, which I handed over to my siblings. Of course, KIE at that time would issue new revisions, but then, not a lot will change because, something like science, it takes time before there's an innovation, but you see the changes are quite incremental, which may not really necessitate changing the curriculum at a primary school level. So apart from the workbook issue, there are internal issues that I've identified, which I think will eventually disenfranchise children. And these are the approaches that have been taken by KICD in implementing this curriculum. The first item is the fact that KICD opted to replace a curriculum. My understanding of education improvement is that if you want to, there is no perfect curriculum. You can never get that one. So what happens is that countries start wherever they start, and then they keep on improving based on the knowledge that is generated within the curriculum itself. Now, when you change and throw it out and dump it, then that knowledge is lost. And when you lose it, then you have to cycle again, identifying problems, but then you'd have lost an opportunity to improve a system which has actually served us since it was implemented. The 844 was not perfect. There are issues, but then was it justifiable to replace it? In my view, I think it would have been better to improve the system within itself.
You still have 2 minutes, sir.
Thank you. The second aspect was the issue of early specialization. CBC aims to fix children in one track for the rest of their lives, and aims to for specialization, for earlier specialization compared to other OECD countries. These are Finland, Canada, Singapore, Japan, Shanghai, and Hong Kong. Those are the two last ones are provinces in China. You may realize that in China, education is devolved within the provinces, so they have different, maybe slight different variations. So the reason why early specialization may not be the best is because the jobs and companies for lives are now rare. I've been to 3 companies myself. In fact, people will be graduating, our children will be, when they'll be finishing, I don't think they'll be able to hold on to a job more than 3 years. So now when you specialize too early, then it limits your chances, especially if what you specialized in becomes obsolete. Number 2 is on pathways based on ability. It's my considered view that the way the CBC has STEM, humanities, I think performance is quite limiting. I know friends who did engineering and they played rugby, they acted, and some even sang. Under CBC, I don't think they'll be able to do that, because CBC aims when you're into STEM, you'll be taken to that pathway, and these other one you won't have opportunities to do that. And I've heard even from the speakers that they eventually there'll be subjects. The schools will be subject based. So if you're going to STEM, then you lose out on some of the things. The third issue is the assessment policy. Assessment, as is understood in terms of education, is there are 2 ways. You can either assess for learning, or you can assess assessment for learning and assessment of learning. Assessment for learning is diagnostic, which I think that is the idea that we had in CBC. That's why we didn't want to wait until the end of the school cycle when we know that there are issues in school. But the way the assessments are being administered, actually they become like, assessment of learning. You are assessed and then you are fixed at a place, you are fixed into a track. For 844, it was maybe much better because you would know that in as much as the grades may not allow you to do another course, you could do additionally through diploma, certificate, and until, and rise to the top. But with CBC, then you'll be forced. If you decide that I want to be an engineer and you are taking performance, then you'll have to go back to high school.
So what is your proposal, sir?
So I'll get to that shortly. I'm just dealing with the last item, which is grade configuration. And then I'll go to my proposals. On grade configurations, of course, we've had many speakers saying that the intermediate or the middle school or the junior secondary, as we're calling it here, should be domiciled in primary school. I understand in many countries, they have that as like a milestone. You check and then someone proceeds to the next level. But then it usually happens within the same school. For our case where secondary, if we take it to secondary, we'll have challenges because you'll be taking a much younger kid to be in school with much more older children. And actually research shows that it affects their behaviors because children, the younger ones are more impressionable. So it means they'll be able to take into bad influences because they've not developed to the age at which they are able to be autonomous.
Let me still add you 1 minute to just go through your recommendations.
Okay. So thank you, Chair. So my recommendation is that I am afraid that it will not be fair for the children to go through the system until get to 10 years and realize that it's not working. I'm reminded of No Child Left Behind, which was a new policy in the US, which eventually ended up ruining many children. And I think it's unethical to experiment on children's lives especially those who can't give consent. So my view is that we continue with 844 as it is. So the immediate recommendation would be to hold the transition at junior school. I know maybe there are features that teachers have identified in the cycle that has run through up to grade 6. And that's why I'm suggesting that we hold the transition and then we take time to look at why we want to do what we want to do. Because if the idea that we want to do competence so that we can create jobs, I think it's a bit problematic, because education ought to be for life. We can imagine a scenario whereby we've automated everything and there's nothing to do. So we shouldn't educate our children just for the private sector. And I know I may sound a bit too hard on them, but ideally, private sector ought to train their staff. Of course, the universities can do a bit of work, the TVETs, but then the innovation that usually happens out there is so fast that it will be very difficult for one to change the curriculum on the fly. And you may even run a risk of offering a curriculum which becomes obsolete within a very short time. So a basic education is supposed to give an individual like an X-ray of everything about the world, because out there you experience the world as it's connected.
So we retain from 844 and improve it.
And improve it within. We can add maybe assessment. We can. I know mostly the issue usually the exam, but the exam, is a feature of opportunities. If we had available, if we had enough opportunities for everyone to go to university, we will not be having exams.
Thank you.
So the exams are there because the government has to decide who gets that opportunity and who doesn't.
Thank you.
And the beauty with 844 is that it's actually been demonstrated that it can be done with the least amount of resources everywhere. You have even refugees doing 844 wherever they are, and they're performing well. With CBC, it requires, we can infuse the features of what we need to infuse, like bringing back music, art and craft, which I did when I was in primary.
Thank you very much.
And add more of a assessment for learning. So that means NEC will be doing more of diagnostics, coming to school. In other countries, what they do is that they do a sample. In Finland, there's only one exam, matriculation exam. And they do a sample and they tell you, this is an issue that you have in your school. So assessments are supposed to be diagnostic. Okay. But the way we are shifting now, it's like we're going back again to where we were.
Thank you very much.
Because of those opportunities. So we'd rather even retain what we already know and let the teachers do their bit in improving it and then making it better.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. You can, yes. Thank you very much. Then we have just the 2 minutes you requested, and then complementary association, schools association.
Thank you very much.
I want to believe that will be the last one.
Thank you.
I want to request that those of us who are here, let's just be patient. Tumeanza pamoja, tumekusikiza pia. Ingine tusikize wale ambao bado hawajapeana maoni yao. Karibu.
Thank you, Chair of the
few minutes.
Thank you, Chair of the party on presidential party on education. And my name is Dr. Walter Odhiambo. I'm from the School of Dental Sciences, where I'm the head of the school in the University of Nairobi. I thank you because I came here. In fact, it has been a very awesome experience for me because, for example, the presentation on learners with the disability was quite an eye-opener, and also the presentation by someone on home learning. However, what I want to present is briefly just with regard to the challenges and some proposals on training of dentists in Kenya at university level. Now, The current reforms that we are discussing are largely driven by the fact that we are reforming our education at the elementary level, the CBC. Now, the question has been whether the universities are prepared or not prepared. Chair, I think for us at the University of Nairobi, at the teaching of the dental school, we have been a practical way of teaching that already incorporates all this manner of what is suggested here. So maybe that does not pose a great challenge to us, and we shall continue to impart skills, practical knowledge, as well as attitude that is appropriate for people to become good clinicians. The key challenge which I want to share with you, number one, is the financing of clinical teaching of dentistry in Kenya. Chair, at the moment, there are only 2 dental schools in Kenya, and they graduate about 30 dentists annually. The reason being the cost of training. This cost is not only in terms of the setting up of the initial infrastructure, but also the materials that are used in teaching. So I would recommend that, and this I would recommend in number one was that the 2 dental schools currently be supported strongly by kind of financing their infrastructure, rehabilitation, and expansion, and not to create new dental schools. If, for example, now the government can finance the expansion of the Moi University Dental School and the University of Nairobi Dental School to the point that they can at least graduate 200 dentists annually, that would be a very feasible engagement. The other suggestion we propose is that the government or the ministry should support the universities by allocating funds and resources so that they have more specialized training and procure more modern technologies. This kind of structure has now been tested at KU, Kenyatta University Training and Referral Hospital, where we have used some resources to set up a very state-of-the-art center of excellence for cancer treatment, and that should be emulated in the other universities. Now, the next item that I would like to address is with regard to our students. Now, because of the cost of training dentists, it is very competitive. And I have had an opportunity to visit some secondary schools in the country, and they don't even have a laboratory. Chair, for the purposes of equity, there was a presentation here that let all secondary schools, public secondary schools, be at the same level, to forget about categorizing them to national, sub-county, and so on and so forth, so that all the students at elementary level go through the same school, and let a child go to the nearest elementary school. If they are all equal, as the city council schools used to be, people used to go to the school which is nearest to them. In the USA, when you are applying for the primary school, you must indicate where you live, because you cannot go to a school far from where you live. They are made to be equal to ensure that if I live in Woodley, I go to a school in Woodley. If I live in Buruburu, I go to a school in Woodley. But they are all the same. The teacher-staff ratio is the same. If the government is providing them with meals, the meals are the same. If it is protein, it might be protein that in Luya land, it is protein chicken, because that is what is there. In the Luo land, it's protein fish. In Masai land, it's protein meat. But everybody is entitled to a portion of protein per week. So let us reform our education to that kind of level. How about specifically financing dental students? Our suggestion is that the help now be expanded so that it can also support students in dentistry to buy a dental kit. We have initiated a requirement that our new admission students will buy a dental kit, which costs about 250,000 for each of the students. So our proposal is that such kind of kit also be financed through the HELP loan so that they can repay, but they are able to buy a kit with which they can be taught. As at the moment, we are totally disabled and we are almost not teaching properly. So I would propose that. And finally, Chair, we have postgraduate students in our institutions who are actually doctors. So our postgraduates have been having a lot of problems in paying fees. Recently, the University of Nairobi raised their fee to about 680,000 annually. But what we are proposing is that can our postgraduate doctors be recognized as students and doctors and let them be paid for the part of which they are doctors, because even when they are learning, they are already skilled persons offering treatment to patients up to the level that they have been trained, but they are also on training. So this can be partly paid for their tuition fee. So we are proposing that Chairman, your party recommends that students in Kenyan universities that offer clinical services be entitled to compensation that is equivalent to what they offer, and that can go as part of their tuition. We are also proposing that they be accommodated in these institutions, because as they are doctors, they are on call, and some of them, unfortunately, we have even had somebody, one of them murdered because of where they are staying and they have to come on night duties. I would be doing injustice if I did not mention something about employees who are lecturers in these clinical facilities. These lecturers also serve in a dual capacity. They are teachers, but also provide clinical services. We have had a lot of push and pull because the lecturers are employed by the Ministry of Education and in the public universities. But then they offer services in hospitals which are under Ministry of Health. So it has come to a point where the registrars or the postgraduates who are being taught by the professors from the university are paid better than their teachers, because the teachers are actually employed by the Ministry of Education, but are not being compensated with appropriate allowances as doctors. So we propose that it be recommended that the two ministries work out a formula where they are able to compensate the doctor lecturer to be compensated adequately for the services they offer as a teacher first, when they are teaching the clinicians, but also as a doctor when they are offering clinical services.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I thank you and appreciate you for.
Thank you very
your
much.
attention.
Karibu sana. Asante sana. The NAN, that is Complementary Schools Association. According to my list here, I think that's the last person. But if we have somebody maybe we did not capture here, we can still give you some time to hear your input. Welcome.
Thank you very much to the chairman, the Presidential Working Party on Education Reforms, and the members of this honorable task force. Mesha Kadiedo, the programs coordinator, Abet Complementary Schools Association of Kenya. And this is an association that serves the institutions of learning that are in the informal settlements, the ASALs, the nomadic community, and the pockets of poverty that we have. In the 2010 constitution, when the new constitution came in, this sector was left out and was not included in the constitution. And that one brought at least, engineered us, brought the need of us coming up with at least a policy for recognition of this sector. And we had to inquire this through the then Minister of Education, the late Honorable Mutula Kilonzo, who sent his assistant minister, Professor Yecholuen, to our convention, which was at Ufungamano House, which brought back to the policy for registration of these institutions. And the government gave it a new name,
UPBET. Now it is called Alternative Provision of Basic Education and Training. The association that we are serving under this is Complementary Schools Association of Kenya, which was registered in May 29th of 2013. And in 2015, the policy was signed by the then Minister of Education, Dr. Fred Matiang'i, and the Principal Secretary that we have now, Dr. Belio Kipsang. When it came to the year 2019, there was a mapping that was done in Nairobi County, Mombasa, and also and Kisumu it was done. The data that we have that is captured in that mapping report by NACONEC, National Council for Nomadic Education in Kenya, captured 1,677 schools in Nairobi only, leaving approximately 347 schools. And in total in the nation, we have 3,108 schools. I would like to just go straight to what we suggest and propose on how we could better this, because I'm happy the president gave this task force a mandate to check on the education reforms, including even the CBC. On CBC, we'll propose this. That one, when it comes to teacher training, at times our teachers from those informal settlements are not being treated the same as the rest who are in the public schools, because a scenario whereby maybe 4 teachers are to attend a training of 4 days, and per day they're supposed to pay 1,000 each, at times with the environment and the socioeconomic situation where they come from is not realistic and is never being achieved well, and therefore the CBC training in that area of working has never been very successful. We'll also propose that in the digital learning in the CBC, these gadgets of digital learning cannot be improvised, even though it is always said that let us improvise the CBC programs, but for the CBC gadgets or any digital learning gadget, it has to be just bought, and therefore we request for support in that line. And the third one on the CBC is on the parental empowerment. Most of the parents are so ignorant and they don't mind. They don't even know. They even every day you hear them asking, what is that CBC? You can explain the term CBC for them for centuries, and they don't. I think it's just an assumption. They don't want to know much of it. Some, because of maybe of the socioeconomic situations, they go out very early, come back very late, whereby even assisting their children, even in the assignments as the curriculum designs stipulates, becomes a challenge. We have also lined over a laxity in these learners. I've gotten of 3 or 4 situations whereby a learner, we used to call them time takers. A learner has not done even an assignment maybe in mathematics, but you'll hear a comment. They may not tell the teacher, but you may hear a comment that, but tuliambiwa CBC, hata nikiwa mzuri kwa muziki, si lazima nifanye hesabu. So they somehow relax, and they don't now be dedicated in whatever they're doing in class. If they are not just followed up properly, it means they'll just check that CBC, if I'm a footballer, you should just go and play football, and maths and English will be left for those who want to learn in classes. 2, we'll request for reintroduction of this FP, the capitation. These institutions used to get capitation from the year 2003, and it ended in 2015. We were not given reasons why it was stopped. It really helped. And this will even assist the learners in the schools and even the learners to get these learning materials that will help in digital learning and even the other learning areas. Then we'll also propose that the in-service teacher training for the teachers in this sector should be enhanced, because it used to help our teachers who will go and learn during the school holidays. Last but not least, I will propose that we get appointment of 1 person from this sector to be in the education boards, be it from the national to the county education board, so that our issues can be addressed well by people who well understand them. Thank you very much, and may God bless.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think we are now coming to the end, but I can see somebody's there. Just 2 minutes, sir. Then we can end there. Just summarize some 2 minutes.
Okay,
or so.
thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Welcome.
And the Chair Presidential Committee on this task force. Now, I'm Samuel Mbutu, a part-time lecturer at the University of Nairobi. So I'm here to speak about the plight of part-time lecturers, not just in this university, but in all the universities across the country. I know Professor Raphael Munavu knows so much about this issue, and I think I do not need to belabor the point. However, the manner in which this category of teaching staff is being handled, it leaves a lot to be desired. And this is in terms of remuneration, in terms of payments, in terms of scholarships, and all manner of motivations. So to cut the long story short, I've prepared some written submissions, and I think I will be forwarding it to the task force. And as you make your reports, our proposal is all the part-time lecturers who have been serving these universities, can they be absorbed as full-time lecturers? Because sometimes they have been working for 2 years with no pay. You have a family, you have parents who are looking at you. And these are the things that brings about a corruption in the university sector. So kindly, let's look at this issue. And I want to thank some universities. They have tried to improve on their terms, of engagement with this category of teaching staff. But there are so many universities. Let me just stop there.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Point taken. So, Chairman, Professor Munafu, you are so privileged today to have you here. We are not taking it for granted. I know the other teams would have also wished that you be with them, but you've been very patient enough to be with us the whole day, sitting and listening. As Team 9, we really want to appreciate. But more importantly, the great people of Nairobi, I think God has been so precious to us. Today, we began well, and here we are ending our forum on a very, very high note. You can see the excitement, the enthusiasm. People want to really see some reforms being undertaken for the sake of their children. The interest you have shown, I just want to assure you that with the chairman here, the fact that our president is so passionate about this, I want to assure you that that which you have given us your input, even those who may not have stood here, we are very serious about this activity. His Excellency the President was very clear on this, and he said he wants to get the exact position of what is happening in our country, and that will help the government in coming up with decisions that are going to help not only the children, but this country to progress. Success is a choice. And if you have been following what our president is doing in every other sector, you realize that he's trying his level best to come up with strategies that will turn around the economy of our country. And I want to believe that one of the most strategic decisions that have to be done is on matters education. So your contribution is very, very critical. Thank you very much for each one of us who has taken time to come and be part of this process. I'm very sure that our future will not be the same again, because if we are going to do the right thing in education, then our future is in our children. How I pray that out of this engagement in what we have done in the whole country is going to assist the government and to help us as the working party to come up with decisions that are really going to enhance and add value to the education sector for the sake of our children and for the sake of this country. Ladies and gentlemen, for those who are still here, thank you for your patience. Thank you for believing in the fact that we will not wait for somebody else to do it for us. It is really all of us to participate and be in this process of transforming our country. As I said earlier, this is just the beginning. As my chairman said also, he remarked that we are just at the beginning, but we still have another 6. We've been given 6 months to come up with something that is tangible, that's something that can turn around the economy through education. So we will still engage the stakeholders in one way or the other. The CASHA team, the CAPSHA team, our universities, our TVET, the trainers, that is TTCs and so on. At some point, we will still have to engage you to really give us the details. Today, we were not asking you questions for clarification. Ours was only to listen. But we will still have an opportunity where we will even want to ask you 1 or 2 questions so that you can clarify and give us the deeper, understanding of what you meant when you gave that proposal. Ladies and gentlemen, we also have diaspora. There's a lot that is happening with our diaspora. Our president also gave an opportunity, the diaspora also to participate in this process. And there's a lot of information. We are also listening to the diaspora. There's a lot that is happening. We will also go an extra mile to even benchmark from those countries that maybe have experienced CPC. So at some point, we will want to involve even those other countries that have done very well. Countries like Singapore, Malaysia, Philippines. So it is a very serious activity. And I just want to encourage and say that we are available. I wish Karanja can give us the email so that anybody else who would wish to still continue sharing, you can still reach us. And I think Professor Munafu is very much available. If you want to reach any one of us, either me or even the other members of the working party, so that we can still continue sharing, continue engaging for the sake of really coming up with something that will make a difference for the better for our country. So Karanja, maybe the email.
Thank you, Chair. The email is secretariat@educationreforms.go.ke, secretariat@educationreforms.go.ke. Our website is educationreforms.go.ke, and our Twitter handle is Education Reform Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nairobi University. Thank you for the wonderful hosting that you've done. And we want to encourage you. Maybe one of these days again, we might come back if we still want to engage the stakeholders. So with those many remarks, we want to wish you well. We want to wish our children well, and more so as they sit for the examinations. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe Chairman, You still want to say, make a remark, or we stop there? So maybe we can stand for a prayer, and I request that we end with the national anthem. Reverend.
Shall we pray? Our Heavenly Father, the Father of our Lord Jesus Christ, I bless you and honor you this evening. Father, I thank you. I give you the praise and I give you the worship this evening, that Lord, you've been with us from the beginning of this day. We were here early in the morning. You've led us through, Lord. We've listened to the people of Nairobi. Thank you for giving them an opportunity even to come and present their presentation. We are overwhelmed by their contribution. And Lord, we pray that as we embark on even doing the final report of this, we pray that God, you will be with us. Thank you for every participant. Thank you for the stakeholders. Thank you for the chair and even the team. We commit the man to you. Lord, as we leave this place, we are headed in different directions. We ask you for your mercies. We ask for your protection as we go. That Lord, you'll go us, you'll go with us, you'll lead us to our home safely, and we shall remember to bless you. Father, we thank you and we bless you in everything. In Jesus' name I pray and believe. Amen.